Chapter 1433. Su Fengnian, Su Yambing, Huyen Dagwan, Tantai Pingjing, and Taimadai, 5 riders headed south to Lingzhou. 3 of them were in the top 14. Tantai Pingjing was now the most famous Qi cultivator grandmaster in the world, and the other was the most promising swordsman in Beimeng. It was only a matter of time before they were on the rankings. This was an unprecedented lineup. Compared to the 9 swords of the Wu family that had defeated Beimeng's 10,000 riders, they were much better. Taimu Dai, did not know why he had to make this trip south. Deep in his heart, he did not like that young king. However, Huyen Dagwan wanted him to come along, so Taimu Dai, could only follow. It was rumored in Beimeng that Su Fengnian had not only inherited Li Chuangong's azure dragon sleeves, but Dong Tai had also taught him the flying sword technique. Although Su Fengnian was used to showing people his sword, Taimu Dai, did not doubt that if Su Fengnian really used a sword, he would not be his match. Taimu Dai, was silent along the way. There were many times when he wanted to ask Huyen Dagwan, who was not willing to admit to being his master, if he could surpass Su Fengnian in swordsmanship. Taimu Dai, did not realize that he, who had little desire to win since he started practicing swordsmanship, was different now. The 5 riders galloped along the Lingzhou post house, known as Jiangnan. Taimu Dai, had been carefully observing Su Fengnian's words and actions. It was not that he did not find any clues. For example, although Su Fengnian wore his cold sword on his left waist, this king of Beiliang was actually secretly left-handed. When he fought an enemy, whether he wielded his sword in his right hand or his left hand would make a huge difference. Then there was Su Fengnian. Although his qi seemed to be flowing slowly and dry like it was dry season, the water surface was very shallow, almost reaching the bottom. However, Taimu Dai, knew that if his qi was flowing like a river during flood season and looked fierce, then Su Fengnian was the Guangling River in Liang. The more dry it was, the more lofty it was. The depth and width of the river was terrifying. The 5 riders stopped at the northernmost part of Lingzhou and turned off the post house. They followed a small path and turned into a mountain range. On the mountain path, there were many strong Liang men under the protection of Beiliang soldiers carrying stone and stone slabs out of the mountains. Under the protection of the Beiliang soldiers, the person leading the way for the 5 riders was a spy from the Fushui chamber who had been waiting at the entrance to the mountain for a long time. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He did not have the shrewdness that a spy should have. He gave off the rough aura of someone who lived close to the mountains. The man's surname was Liu, and he was a small spy leader in the second-class branch of Whisk Shui society. He only knew that he was going to pick someone up, but he didn't tell him who he was going to pick up. When he met the 5 riders with different accents, the spy wasn't sure where they came from. However, since the leader of Lingzhou's spies, the first-class branch of Whisk Shui society, had said a few harsh words for the first time, he carefully accompanied the 5 riders into the mountain. Along the way, the man carefully explained the history of the quarry to them. He said that the place was called Jian, Yu Mountain in the local area, but the scholars of Lingzhou liked to call it the Yu Paradise. Ever since the Great Feng dynasty established the protectorate of the western regions further west of Beiliang, most of the stone used to build the military towns in Qingtsong Linyao was cut from this place. Later on, it was the same for the construction of the prince's manor on Mount Qingliang. It was even more so for the construction of Huda City, which took 6 years at the border of Liangzhou. In the end, Su Fengnian and the other 4 had no choice but to lead their horses forward. They came to the top of a mountain and looked down at the mountain range. After the beginning of spring, the scenery was lush and verdant. However, as far as their eyes could see, it was as if the peak under their feet had long been an empty shell. Ever since the Great Feng dynasty, after nearly 500 years of stone mining, Vistayu Paradise, which was one of the 36 blessings of Taoism, had truly become a paradise in name. It was made up of 16 large caves and nearly 1,000 caves. Looking down from the side peaks, the winding plank paths climbed all over the mountain range. On the main peak, there were occasional Taoist temples with flying eaves hidden in a cage of greenery. Day after day, year after year, tens of thousands of stone miners in Baliang worked hard to make a living here, while people who sought immortality were born here to cultivate Taoism. Su Fengnian stood on the top of the mountain and was lost in thought. Diyu Paradise had been brightly lit since the beginning of the year. It had welcomed the peak of stone mining. Because of this, even the Taoist priests in the temples who usually did not care about worldly affairs could not sit still. They were afraid that the young vassal king would be determined to completely empty the entire mountain range. When that time came, where would they find a paradise? On the eve of the Qingming festival, 3 elderly Taoist priests jointly visited the Lingzhou provincial governor's manor. They tactfully raised objections to Su Beiji. They even did not hesitate to use the reason that this move would harm Baliang's foundation and fate. Su Beiji treated them with courtesy, but the government still carried on with the stone mining as usual. As the main culprit, Su Fengnian certainly knew the secret. He spread the word that another Huda city would be built behind the third line of defense at the Heavy Tomb. It would only take 3 years. The administrator, Li Gongda, and a Mahist master would be the supervisor. Su Fengnian would personally be the deputy supervisor. The new, unnamed city would be built facing the Songshan Mountain. Its scale would be even bigger than Huda City. When the time came, it would become the new largest city in the northwest. Would the city be built? Of course, Su Fengnian wanted to tell Beimang, Baiting, and Shijing, especially Dongzhuo, the king of the southern courtyard, that even if they succeeded in destroying Huda's city, Liuyafuling, and the Heavy Tomb, Baliang still had to break through another city before they could enter Baliang's Taoist territory. Would Baliang's tax revenue, which was not rich to begin with, be cut off because of this? The answer was of course, but Su Fengnian was staking everything on this one throw. In the entire Liangzhou, other than the 3 border armies and the army guarding the pass, everyone else had to rush to the Songshan mountain area to contribute to the construction of the new city. All of this was actually a cover for the final battle at the mouth of the Calabash a year later. Su Fengnian had to force Beimang to have no choice but to focus on Liangzhou's front line. To this end, Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan even discussed a desperate plan where Liangzhou would win and Liuzhou would lose. This was because Liuzhou only had meaning if they won or lost. In a stalemate, Liuzhou had no strategic value. Of course, even if Liuzhou lost, it would only allow Beimang and Lu Gui to win. If it was a Pyrrhic victory, then Ko Jianghuai would become an important chess piece. It was precisely because of Ko Jianghuai's arrival that Chu Lushan came up with the idea of being even more ruthless to the enemy than to himself. Then, Su Fengnian agreed. This meant that the 30,000 Longxiang soldiers, the 3 towns of Liuzhou and Qingcang, and the 100,000 refugees who had not yet moved into Baliang would definitely be in danger. And Su Fengnian's younger brother, Su Longxiang, would be the first to bear the brunt of this. Therefore, when Su Fengnian agreed, Chu Lushan's expression was complicated. Later, in Wutang'an on Mount Qingliang, Su Weisheng did not treat Su Fengnian well. This was probably because she was conflicted about Su Fengnian's decision. Su Fengnian pointed to a cave in the distance, then turned to Tantai and asked calmly with a smile, "After I heard about the stone quarrying in the grotto heaven of Lanyu, I couldn't understand why the grotto heaven was so majestic, but the entrance was so narrow. Back then, I only heard from my master that quarrying in the grotto heaven was actually not as difficult as outsiders thought. To use the words of those who followed in their father's footsteps, It was like cutting soft tofu with a knife. However, after the stone was hung out of the grotto heaven, it would quickly become as hard as iron. Sect, Master Tantai, do you know what's going on here? Tantai said softly, many tombs and antiques that have been preserved for thousands of years will vanish when they see the light of day again. The stone in the mountainside hardens when it comes out of the mountain, probably because of the same principle, but a different manifestation. It's the result of the fusion of material and gas. Su Fengnian wanted to say something, but stopped. He tried to hold back his laughter. After a long time, he finally could not help but say, "When I was young, I was unscrupulous and spoke without thinking. After pondering for a long time, I finally came up with an explanation. I felt that the stone turning from soft to hard was actually like a fledgling taking off his pants after seeing the world in the brothel. As a result, I went to Tide Listening Pavilion and was punished by my master to copy tens of thousands of words of the sage's classics. At that time, I even wanted to die." Tantai, who was dressed in white like an immortal, took a deep breath. Huyen Dagwan smirked and told the real fledgling Taimu about the general idea. The latter rolled his eyes. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked, "Master Tantai, can I ask one more question?" The Qi cultivator sneered. "Can I not answer?" Su Fengnian had to be thick-skinned and asked, "Is it possible for a person to stay at the bottom of the lake without eating or drinking for 10 or 20 years? Is it possible for the best Taoist to abstain from food and gas, or the Buddhist to meditate in meditation? Do you Qi refinement warriors have any similar skills?" Tantai Pingjing kept silent. It was Huyen Dagwan who said, "As long as it's not at the bottom of the lake, it's possible." Su Fengnian fell into deep thought. How did Chu Kuangren with the clavicle chain and the saber do it? This was something he had been curious about since he went to Wutang Mountain to practice his saber. At that time, he thought that his realm was not enough and did not understand the power of a first-rank martial arts master. However, when he reached the Vajra realm, he realized that even if he reached the Vajra realm, it was impossible. After that, he advanced to the Xian Finger realm and Celestial Phenomenon realm, but Su Fengnian still could not get a reasonable answer. Later, when Gao Shulu was unsealed and they fought, he achieved the celestial body. Only then did he know that to reach Chu Kuangren's level, only a land immortal who was good at Qi cultivation could barely do it. However, in Su Fengnian's eyes, Chu Kuangren's martial arts realm was not too high. He was at the first rank, but he was definitely not at the celestial phenomenon realm. This was enough to make Su Fengnian puzzled. Back then, the suppression of the old man with 2 sabers who came from the Beimang princess tomb, like Helian Wu-wei, was done by old Huang. However, the real mastermind behind the Tide Listening Pavilion's top floor was the master behind it. However, the master did not give any clues until his death. Chapter 1434. Su Fengnian suddenly lamented. The wise man devises his strategies, the brave man exerts his strength, the benevolent man spreads his benefits, and the faithful man is loyal. The civil and military struggle, the monarch and his subjects live in harmony, and he can rule with his head bowed. Rule with his head bowed. It sounds easy, but in the past dynasties, except for those emperors who enjoyed the peace of the world, they wanted to expand their territory in prosperous times, but in troubled times, they wanted to protect their ancestral lands. Taking a step back, if both civil and military are used, then who is the wise man scheming for? Is it for the monarch or the people? Isn't Zhang Julu's death the price for the nobility of the people and the monarch of the people? If the brave man exerts his strength, will he be greedy? A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Will he be addicted to sitting on the dragon throne? The benevolent man nurtures his hopes, and the mud and sand go down together. Is he fishing for fame? For example, like this old man of the Song family, who steals copies of memorials to the imperial calendar in order to leave his name in history. If the faithful man is loyal, will there be officials who are foolishly loyal and actually bring disaster to the country? Su Fengnian mocked himself. Who doesn't want to be an emperor? When I was young, I often thought that other than the dream of being a hero, which is now gone, the next dream was to be an emperor. Once I had the power of the dynasty in my hands, I could kill all the eyesores in the world, and all the women in the world would be mine. How refreshing would that be? However, as time passed, I realized that being an emperor really wasn't easy. Zhao Zhuan's grandfather wanted to kill Su Shao. Zhao Zhuan's father killed the Han family of Ji province, and before he died, he had to kill Zhang Julu before he could rest in peace. Zhao Dun and Li Yang didn't accept Li Xiaoxin's new calendar from the two Zen temples, and didn't choose to let the world have 60 more years of peace. Instead, they let the descendants of the Zhao family have a few more years of imperial power. I think it was also at that moment that Zhao Dun and Zhang Julu, a pair of wise monarchs and famous officials who could have been immortalized through the ages, began to truly part ways. Only then could Zhang Julu make up his mind to seek death, and Zhao Dun forced himself to let Bai Yan die. I ask myself, if one day I finally become the emperor, would I feel more and more guilty when faced with so many choices? Would they kill Su Beiji, Qin Shiliang, Chu Lushan, and Yuan Zuozong? Would they break up the Beiliang frontier army and let the old men who wanted to die on the backs of the horses beyond the Great Wall die on their beds in the misty central plains? In the future, the sons and grandsons of Su Fengnian, will the men fight with each other for a seat? When they are young, they will make solemn vows and talk cheerfully, but when they are older, they will hide daggers behind their smiles and turn against each other. Will women marry people they don't even love? Su Fengnian looked at Su Yanbing and asked with a smile, "Uncle Su, is this considered soft-heartedness?" Su Yanbing nodded, but said, "There is a saying that soft-heartedness doesn't lead an army, but it doesn't mean that those who lead an army have to have a heart of stone." The four great generals of the spring and autumn period who are equally famous as the great general, whether it's Yi Baikui or Gu Jiantang, are usually very amiable and approachable when leading an army. Training an army for 1,000 days to use it for a single day. The time when one is truly ruthless and merciless is when one uses the army. On this point, Chu Lushan did very well. Su Fengnian gently looked to the south. Over there was someone who did even better than Chu Lushan. The 5 of them led their horses down the mountain. The spy surnamed Lu, who had been standing far away from them, continued to lead the way. At the foot of the mountain, they happened to run into a large group of quarrymen who had come out of the depths of the mountain. The mountain path paved with crushed stone was only wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side. The smaller stones were tied up in layers on wheelbarrows and transported out of the mountain. The larger stones were placed on donkey carts and ox carts. There were also many quarrymen carrying stones in groups. Compared to Nanzhao's red sandalwood, which was worth an inch of gold and could be transported by river, the transportation of stone was even more clumsy. When Su Fengnian was about to mount his horse and leave the mountain, he saw a white-haired but tall old quarryman who was physically exhausted. The long piece of stone on his back suddenly tilted, and the old man fell along with the stone onto the path of crushed stones. Fortunately, the old man's body was still healthy and did not hurt his muscles or bones. He sat on the ground awkwardly and smiled bitterly. A Lingzhou quarry supervisor wearing armor and carrying a sword turned a blind eye. He did not arrogantly crack his whip like the government's lackeys in Lyon. He allowed a young, dark-skinned quarryman to secretly stop and hand the old man a jug of strong wine. The nearby Beiliang soldiers wanted to go forward and stop them, but the supervisor, who looked like a deputy captain, gently shook his head and used his gaze to stop his soldiers from going forward. However, when Su Fengnian approached, 7 or 8 soldiers simultaneously held their swords and glared at him. The quarry was currently not open to the public. The outsiders who could enter were all people who were close to the government and had a clean family record in the whisk room. After all, the large and small Taoist temples in Dayu Paradise still needed the support of incense. The Great War of Liangmang had begun, and more people came to pray for blessings. The most prosperous Lingzhou naturally had a lot of incense. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they all asked for something like a protective talisman. Su Beiji set an unwritten rule for the large and small Taoist temples in Lingzhou. In the past, they did not have to hand over incense money to the government. They had to take 2 or 3 or 4 out of every 10 miles. For a forbidden land like Dayu Paradise, because the government was lenient, they had to take 4% of the incense money. Therefore, after Su Beiji bought the Rice provincial governor, he had the reputation of being a popular provincial governor. It was only when Spy Lu stepped forward that the Lingzhou soldiers in charge of transporting the quarry retreated. However, their eyes were still alert. The quarry old man who drank a mouthful of strong wine raised his head and looked at the handsome young master in front of him. He did not have stage fright. He was probably a talkative person. He took the initiative to smile and said, "This young master is going to Chongshan Temple to burn incense, right? It's not that I want to put in a good word for Chongshan Temple, but the marriage fortune sticks there are very effective. These years, I have seen many young masters and ladies come back after making their wishes." The old man's outrageous grandson also managed to find a pretty good granddaughter-in-law for the old man after winning the lottery at the monastery. Nowadays, people in Lingzhou say that other than Wudong Mountain's fortune sticks, everything else is the most effective. In terms of marriage fortune sticks, it will be Chongshan Temple's turn. Speaking of which, the extremely hospitable old man unconsciously raised his hand as if he wanted to invite the young master to drink a mouthful. However, he quickly pulled his hand back. It was clear that he realized that this kind of green ant wine that could be bought for 20 copper coins was expensive for quarrying people like him. But how could a young master like him drink it? Su Fengnian was originally going to take the wine pot, but when the old man pulled his hand back, he could only give up. He smiled and squatted down. Soon, Su Yanbing took a wine pot from the horse's back and threw it over. Su Fengnian reached out to catch it and handed it to the old man. "Old uncle, drink mine. If you don't mind, you can take it all." The old man was not polite. After taking the wine pot, he opened it and sniffed it hard. He laughed and said, "It's both green ant wine. They have the same name, but just by smelling it, I know that young master's wine is more valuable. I like to drink all my life. If someone gives me wine to drink, I won't refuse. However, I'll just pour a few mouthfuls into my grandson's wine pot. I won't have the face to ask for more." The old man really poured a few mouthfuls of wine into his own wine pot. After pouring the wine, he shook the crude wine pot before returning the exquisite wine pot to Su Fengnian. The old man did not forget to say, "This old man will say something. Young master, don't be angry." Although young master looks like a rich person from a large family, you can't be so extravagant. No matter how big your family business is, you have to be careful with your spending. If young master doesn't like to hear it, just treat it as this old man farting. Don't ask for the wine back. The dark-skinned young man was a bit nervous. Compared to his grandfather, who had spent his entire life dealing with rocks in the deep mountains, he had been to many more counties in Lingzhou and knew the severity of the situation. He had also seen many rich young masters dressed in fine clothes and had heard many rumors about the arrogant young masters. Although everyone in Lingzhou knew about the embroidered roaming cavalry that had locked up many rich young masters, this young stonecutter was still quite nervous when he was in close proximity to someone of the same age who had a high family background. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "The person in charge of the family has to have a way of managing the family. That's right, old uncle, I heard that your Big Fish Mountain quarry can only mine 80 pounds of rocks a day. Although there are 25 miles of mountain roads in 2 trips, it shouldn't be too tiring. Why does old uncle have to carry 100 pounds of rocks in 1 trip?" The young stonecutter did not want his grandfather to say too much to an outsider, so he reminded him, "Grandfather, we need to move." With the help of his grandson, the old man knelt down and tied the leather rope that was used to tie the rocks. After he slowly stood up, he turned his head to Su Fengnian and said with a smile, "The provincial governor did have such a rule, but young master might not know. The quarry also said that after completing a mission of 120 pounds of rocks, if you carry an extra 10 pounds of rocks, you will be rewarded 1 copper coin. This old man, my grandson, and my 2 sons, the 4 of us together can carry an extra 4 to 500 pounds. That is 40 to 50 copper coins. For our family, this is not bad. This old man still has some strength, and my sons and grandson are filial. They only let this old man carry 1 trip. Isn't this because they want to carry 20 to 30 pounds of rocks in 1 trip? It will be slower, but it will also be good to earn 2 or 3 copper coins. The government has also been very straightforward in paying the bill, so we have more motivation to work." Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. Chapter 1435. Perhaps it was because the old man had drunk a few mouthfuls of good wine and still wanted more. His smile was simple and honest. In the end, he said to Su Fengnian, "However, this old man is already so old. Whether or not I earn those 2 or 3 copper coins doesn't really matter. It's just that when I heard that the prince wanted to build a large city in the north of Liangzhou to fight the Beimang barbarians, this old man thought that even though I won't have the chance to go north in this lifetime, at least I still have some strength left, so I can carry 20 to 30 caddies a day. Not only can I earn 2 or 3 copper coins, but I also feel that when the city is built in the future, perhaps the extra stones I carry will be able to block a few more arrows from the northern barbarians. When I think of this old man's heart feels comfortable. Many of the young children in the village don't quarry with their fathers anymore. They've seen the sights of many cities in Lingzhou, and their hearts have grown bigger. They don't think it's good for nothing to dig for stones in the mountains, so they've all gone to become border soldiers. Us old men can carry several tens of thousands of caddies of stones. The sooner the city is built, the more likely they'll be able to come back for the new year." The old man suddenly paused and looked into the distant sky. He murmured softly, "I heard from the officials and soldiers in the quarry that half of the 300,000 stone tablets behind the prince's house are made from the stones of our Big Fish Mountain. Those old fellows who have children in their families who joined the army all say that if there's a day when someone in their family can't come back and they want to carve their name on the tablets, then using the stone from our hometown is also good." The old man had already begun to walk forward. Suddenly, the young master of the wealthy family called out from behind him, "Uncle, wait a moment." Then the young stonemason was surprised to see that person take off his fur coat and hand it to the white-clothed woman who was as tall as a man but looked like an immortal. That person walked to his grandfather's side and untied the rope without any explanation. He carried the stone on his back. He didn't look like a young master who knew how to do rough work. Carrying over 100 caddies of stone, he was actually calm and composed. Behind that person, there were 4 people with extraordinary auras who leisurely led their horses forward. It made that person's head seem to be a bit off. What was going on? The dark-skinned young stonemason was momentarily distracted. Could it be that the hedonistic young masters of Bailiang were all so easy to talk to. On the other hand, the old stonemason was more at ease than his grandson. He lived to 70 years of age. Perhaps the more he spent time with dead things, the more he could see the black and white of people's hearts. He didn't know if the young master who gave him the wine was a good person or... The old man couldn't figure out why the young master beside him would help him carry the stone out of the mountain, and he was too lazy to think about it. It was just like the stone quarrymen of Mount Big Fish had passed down from generation to generation that there was a cave in the mountain and there was a pond in the cave. In the pond, there was a spiritual creature that looked like a fish or a snake, waiting for the day it turned into a dragon. It was just that no one had seen it with their own eyes. Nowadays, the young people with broader horizons didn't quite believe it, but the older generation was still willing to believe it. Unfortunately, the handsome guy said that he already had a wife, which made the old woman feel very regretful. In the end, after the young man removed the stone, he said something inexplicable to the old man, saying that he would do his best. The old man didn't understand what he was saying, so he could only nod with a smile. Tai Mu Dai, originally thought that Su Fengnian, the king of Belyang, had nothing better to do and was bribing the hearts of the people with the stone quarrymen. It was inevitable that the Lingzhou spy would accidentally reveal their identity. He never thought that after Su Fengnian put on his coat, he would directly come out of the mountain. Even the spy was kept in the dark from start to finish and did not know their true identity. In the end, Tai Mu Dai, could only feel that this young king was really boring. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to reason with him. 5 riders came to the grotto heaven of Diyu. In the end, 4 of them left the mountain first. The tall woman, who joined forces with Su Yambing to cause fatal trouble to Tai Mu Dai, and the others said that she wanted to go back to the mountain. Tantai Pingjing rode into the mountain alone and finally led the horse to the mountainside of another side peak of the grotto heaven of Diyu. However, she did not enter the cave. She stood at the entrance of the cave and waited. In the twilight, night, and dawn, she finally waited for 2 foreign Taoist priests, a young Taoist priest and a young Taoist priest. Their Taoist robes were obviously different from the Taoist priest of Diyu Mountain that the stone quarrymen often saw. The young Taoist priest greeted Tantai Pingjing gently. "I'm Li Yufu from Wudong. Greetings to Senior Tantai." The young Taoist priest followed his master and bowed. "I'm Yufu from Wudong. Greetings to Senior Tantai." Tantai Pingjing looked at the master and disciple who walked out of Wudong Mountain and walked into the grotto heaven of Diyu Mountain. She said indifferently, "Master, Li also saw the great opportunity." Li Yufu smiled and said, "I'd like to thank you for waiting." Tantai Pingjing seemed to be standing at the entrance of the cave, but in fact, she was blocking the entrance of the cave. Her tone was not very kind. "This fate first started between us. We watched the white snake transform into a flood dragon, and then we watched it go upstream. Now it's us. It's him who triggered the vision." The young Taoist priest said seriously, "The great way under our feet is accessible to everyone." Tantai Pingjing looked at the child who pretended to be a master and smiled. The young Taoist priest blushed slightly when he was stared at. Soon his momentum weakened, and he whispered, "Master said so." The young Taoist priest, who was the current chief of Wudong Mountain, had a warm look in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched his disciple's head. "You said so." Tantai Pingjing looked at the master and disciple with a complicated look in her eyes. She concealed it and said, "Earth Lung Mountain and Guangling River. You also form 2 fates," but Li Yufu waved his hand gently and smiled. "Master Tantai, you can rest assured. We didn't come to the grotto heaven of Diyu Mountain to fight for anything. I just wanted to take Yufu around and have a look." Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said, "You Taoists don't fight, but you fight." Chapter 1436. Tantai Pingjing looked at the young leader of Wudong, who was not anxious, and said slowly, "In the past, the great Qin dynasty has always advocated the same kind of celestial beings. Your Taoist sage took the lead in proposing that heaven and earth are heartless. My master once commented, the true meaning of this is that heaven and earth have no kindness or malice to people. It can be said that heaven and earth are shocking thunder. Later generations, based on their preferences, misinterpreted it as being able to become a sage and treat all things in the world as dogs. At the end of the great Qin dynasty, the Confucian sage advocated that human nature is good and that heaven and earth are connected. However, the root of it is only a tendency to return to the same kind of celestial beings. Huang Sanjia called it removing the clouds to see the moon, instead of removing the clouds to see the sun. As for Buddhism, it is a foreign religion. Let's not talk about it." Tantai Pingjing's eyes suddenly sharpened and stared at the leader of Wudong. "You Li Yufu want to make decisions for the world by your own will. Do you really dare to say that you are not wrong?" Li Yufu said calmly, "Doing things by yourself, right or wrong, is more reasonable than others asking you to do good or bad things." Li Yufu no longer looked at the leader of Guanin's sect, but looked up at the sky as if he was talking to the sky. "The living of heaven and earth are neither sad nor happy. The dead of heaven and earth are carefree. In between life and death, how can we control those superior people who have already transcended life and death? Born and dying in heaven and earth, we should not ask how to live forever. We should ask why we were born and how to live better. The courtesy of Confucianism, the purity of Taoism, or the mercy of Buddhism. In the 100 years of self-questioning and self-answering in this life, some people will gain and some will lose. Later generations will eventually have self-knowledge, self-respect, self-improvement, independence, and freedom. Although life is short, the noble spirit will last forever." Tantai Pingjing stared at the young Taoist, who dared to ask heaven, and smiled helplessly. She stepped away from the path of the cave and stepped forward to leave. It was like something, no matter how much she cherished it. If she could not own it, then she would not look at it. The little Taoist boy bowed politely to her back and said, "Thank you, Senior." Tantai Pingjing looked back and asked with a smile, "Lu Dongxian? Qi Xuanzhen? Hong Xixiang?" The little Taoist was stunned. "Senior, my name is Yufu." Li Yufu led the little Taoist boy into the cave and lit the torch he had prepared beforehand. After walking for an hour, they arrived at a deep green pond. He placed the torch between the walls of the mountain and then took out several oil pots and an ancient oil lamp from his bag. He sat down cross-legged and bent over to light the lamp. Yufu also sat down. After waiting for a long time, the little Taoist boy did not see any movement on the mirror-like surface of the pond. He could only look at the wick and asked in puzzlement, "Master, what are we doing?" Li Yufu laughed softly. "When I'm bored, I'll recite the classics." The little Taoist boy nodded and began to recite the Pearl Sack Catalog. After an hour, his mouth was really dry, and he turned his head with a bitter expression. Li Yufu said softly, "Rest if you're tired." The little Taoist boy smiled happily. After that, Li Yufu refilled the oil lamp. Yufu, who had eaten some dried dates to fill his stomach, was already sleepy. Li Yufu let the child rest on his lap and slowly fell asleep. Li Yufu also closed his eyes to rest. The surface of the pond rippled slightly. Then a small fish with half red and half white jumped out. The shape of a carp could be vaguely seen, and its two whiskers were extremely long. It swam to the edge of the pond, and its whiskers swayed gently. The fish scales on its body were shining like dragon armor, shining brightly. Li Yufu opened his eyes and smiled. After we parted at the Guangling River, you and I meet again. It swayed its whiskers and white-tailed cheerfully. Li Yufu said softly, I'm willing to protect you from the river to the sea and help you become a dragon. If the future generations suffer from a drought, are you willing to create clouds and rain for the world? If there is a king who is heartless, are you willing to warn him on behalf of the heavens? If you feel lonely, will you still not stir up trouble? If you can't overcome each other, will you live in peace with the world? It was still and motionless. Li Yufu laughed. As the Baelyong of the place where your dragon rises, you don't have to worry with him. The hearts of the people and the power of heaven and earth. It swayed its tail slightly and broke through the water surface, floating above the pond. Li Yufu gently pinched his fingers. 3 days later, you and I will go down the mountain and enter the river. We will say goodbye at the mouth of the Guangling River. It seemed to nod and slowly dived back into the pond. Li Yufu sighed slightly and looked down at the little Taoist child, who was drooling. He listened to the child's vague ravings and murmured, Youngest uncle, when you are enlightened, before Li Yufu cuts off heaven and earth, I will ask her to come back. After that, there will be no afterlife. Li Yufu closed his eyes and smiled. In fact, if there is an afterlife, how good would it be if I could call you youngest uncle again? Unfortunately, there is no such thing. In the spring of the 2nd year of Xiangfu, 2 Taoist priests of Wudong Mountain left Baelyong and began to walk eastward along the Guangling River. Wherever they went, there was a spring rain that was as precious as oil. When the mistress of Shishu's spring invitation cottage heard that the young vassal king's trip to Lingzhou was actually so cowardly that he had to bring several martial arts masters with him before he dared to leave Liangzhou, she sneered at him. Before they even met, she already looked down on the young man with the surname Su. Naturally, she felt more and more resentful towards the man beside her who rode into Shu alone. However, when she accompanied 2 of the most legendary men in the world and saw the 5 riders appear in her sight with her own eyes, there was no reason for this woman to recognize that person at first glance. At that time, she knew that the young man seemed to be really qualified to let the current king of Shu return to Lingzhou. He was qualified to let Mr. Xie go to Shu to catch a dragon and raise a dragon to deal with him. Of course, she also hated that guy called Su Fengnian more and more. However, the beautiful Xie, who had been on the Rouge Reviews twice, was not only disgusted, but she even had the intention to kill. Because the first thing that guy said after he got off the horse was, Aunt Xie, right? Why didn't you bring the child with you to Lingzhou? The red packet is already prepared. Chapter 1437. Compared to the 2 prefectures where the smoke of war was imminent, Lingzhou, which was the backyard of northern Liang, still had many handsome men and beautiful women going for a walk in the spring. Many young children in the city were happily flying kites, and the children of the wealthy would string colorful lanterns on the kite string. For example, near their courtyard, there were no less than 10 kites flying in the sky. The children's laughter unknowingly diluted the tense atmosphere after the 2 groups of people met. However, Su Fengnian's unexpected opening speech seemed to spoil the mood a bit. As the most beautiful woman in Western Shu in the past 20 years, Xie of the Spring Invitation Cottage had entered the Rouge Review at the age of 14. She was known for her skin as white as mutton fat jade, and her hands as soft as lotus buds. 10 years later, she won the Rouge Review for a second time. Although her real age was 26, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a 16-year-old beauty. Xie's figure was like most women in Shu. She was thin and delicate with an extremely thin waist. Xie's skin was especially white. No wonder she had the nickname of the Moon Palace Fairy. Many men in Shu dreamed of her. Su Fengnian was far away in Beiliang. He heard that the Western Shu administrator had been coveting her for a long time. If Chen Jibao had not been the vassal of Western Shu and became the guest of honor of the Spring Invitation Cottage, Xie Lingjin would have become a caged sparrow in the administrator's mansion after she died at the hands of Su Fengnian by the Spring God Lake. After Su Fengnian teased him, he led the horse forward. He did not immediately look at the man in white standing in the middle of the three people at the door. Instead, he looked at Xie Guaniying, who looked like a middle-aged Confucian scholar. His courtesy name was Xu Yang, and his nickname was Flying Fish. He and Li Yishan were once called Northern Xie, Southern Li. They commented on each other's romantic life. Of course, what interested Su Fengnian the most was not this person's extravagance in catching and raising real dragons, but his identity as the father of White Fox. For some reason, White Fox Face said that he was dead. Moreover, he did not take Xie Guaniying's surname, but Nangong. Naturally, this was another matter of confusion. As for why Chen Jibao wanted to meet him, Su Fengnian could guess a little. This was because the third son of Heaven's favored son who had the potential to sit on the dragon throne was the king of Yanqi, His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu, the little beggar from back then. If Chen Jibao wanted to legitimately walk out of Western Shu, he would have to make use of the situation in West Shu and become the key figure who would break into the capital of West Shu before the southern Xinjiang army. Beiliang would have to play a key role in this matter. If Su Fengnian was determined to contain Western Shu's military forces, then Zhao Zhu's chances of success would be far greater than Chen Jibao's. Of course, this time Western Shu definitely did not come here to beg for help. Instead, they wanted to make a hidden exchange. As long as Beiliang did not drag Western Shu's entry into the Central Plains, then Western Shu would not cause trouble for Beiliang's backyard during the Great War of Liangmeng. This would test the tacit understanding between the two sides. If both sides agreed, then everyone would be happy. However, as long as either Su Fengnian or Chen Jibao was unwilling to take a step back, then after today, the two sides would completely fall out and fight to the death. Beiliang would be attacked from both sides, and Western Shu would also miss the opportunity to seize the throne in the Central Plains. Perhaps this would be an awkward situation where one step slower than the next. This deal could very well decide who the entire Central Plains belonged to, or even the surname of the entire world. Otherwise, given Chen Jibao's nature, why would he return to Beiliang and take the initiative to meet with Su Fengnian? Moreover, it was most likely Xie Guaniying who instigated this white-clothed military saint to leave Shu and enter Liang. It was probably because Xie Guaniying was Chen Jibao's trusted aide and understood the importance of this meeting. Thus, even though Su Fengnian's teasing made her seethe with anger and hammered her weak spot with a hammer, she still didn't show any displeasure. The group entered the luxurious Jiangnan-style residence. Su Fengnian and Chen Jibao walked side by side at the very front, followed by Tantai Pingjing and Xie Guaniying, and finally Xie Guaniying and Su Yanbing. Huyen Dagwan and Tai Mu Dai didn't follow. Huyen Dagwan said that it didn't look like he was going to fight immediately. He had to go to the streets of Lingbei City to buy some strange objects for his wife and daughter. Then, this Beimang martial grandmaster directly left. In reality, on this trip to Lingzhou, Huyen Dagwan had already made it clear to Su Fengnian on Mount Qingliang that he wouldn't help Beiliang kill anyone. However, if Su Fengnian's life was in danger, he would step in to save him. Su Fengnian naturally wouldn't ask for anything. For a martial artist like Huyen Dagwan, who was extremely close to Wang Xianji's realm, unless it was someone like Su Yanbing and Chao Chongqing, who had too many things that they couldn't let go of, no one would care about the world. For example, Although Dong Tai was a relative of Su Fengnian, he was also unwilling and disdained to care about the trend of the battle between Liang Mang and Liang Mang. It was the same for Sui Xiegu. The reason why he stayed in Beiliang was probably because he wanted to occasionally show his face to Tantai Pingjing and get scolded, putting aside the weak Xieguaning. On Beiliang's side, there was Su Fengnian, whose realm was damaged, Su Yanbing, who was half a step away, and the number 1 qi cultivator, Tantai Pingjing. On Shishu's side, there was Chen Jibao, who was uncertain whether he had already transcended mortality and entered the divine realm, and Xie Guaning, who was ranked first on the immortal land painting. They should be evenly matched. The 6 people sat down in the quiet courtyard. As a woman who had been on the ranking list twice, Xie Guaning really had too many praiseworthy unique skills. Among them, the tea she made was called Yuhua tea. Xie Guaning's hands had the reputation of lotus buds, and she was proficient in the tea ceremony. Countless Taoist immortals in Shu praised her tea as neutral and clean, with high charm and tranquility. When you drink it, the wind blows in your armpits, as if you have become a feather and fly. The tea leaves that Xie Guaning used to make the tea now were the number 1 treasure of Mount Fire, the Priming Spring tea. The tea utensils and tea sets that she brought from the Spring Invitation Cottage were scattered, and there were as many as 18 of them. They must be the set of priceless 18 scholars. Even Su Fengnian had to admit that the tea made by this Western Shu woman in front of him was indeed pleasing to the eye. Her every movement was graceful, and most importantly, it contained a kind of meditative and forgetful feeling. No wonder the Western Shu Taoists praised her so much. Xie Guaning was the first to drink a mouthful of tea. After putting down the cup, she was the first to break the silence. Without any superficial pleasantries, she went straight to the point. Chao Chongqing is well aware that if West Chu wants to attack Tai and city in one go, they cannot lose a single battle. Otherwise, the entire Guangling Road situation will rapidly take a turn for the worse. At present, the Mo sword formation, which was born out of the great halberd warriors, has already surfaced. Several of the main forces of field battle cavalry have also appeared. Excluding the Navy's 60,000 soldiers, West Chu has 170,000 soldiers on land. On the surface, they can be considered to be evenly matched with the Imperial Army led by Lu Xingxiang in the north and the 100,000 soldiers in the south. However, war has never been a battle of numbers on paper. Zhao Bing's army in the south is overall far more powerful than West Chu. Chapter 1438. Su Fengnian took a sip of tea. It was refreshing. His fingers swirled the rim of the cup, and he said with a smile, "The situation is still equal. Chao Chongqing's navy will definitely swallow up Prince Guangling, Zhao Yi's navy. After they merge, the Guangling River with the Guangling Navy will block the advance of the southern border army to a great extent. Xie Shi has West Chu's 170,000 against the inferior Lu Xingxiang. They have a great chance of victory. After that, it would depend on whether or not the Qing province navy could help the southern border's army cross that natural moat. Otherwise, Chao Zhongqing would fight his way all the way to Grand Peace City, and Gu Jiantang's 2 vast border armies would also take advantage of the situation and head south. This was also the reason why the imperial decree of peace allowed Northern Mang's 2 easternmost generals to hold their bowls, and why they had to feign weakness in front of Jibei's Yuan Tingshan. In this kind of rapid development, other than Gu Jiantang, the other factions are distant water that cannot quench the immediate thirst in the eyes of the court. Xie Guaning seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He shook his head and said, "The Qingzhou Navy may not be unable to fight. Lu Xingxiang is not ordinary." Su Fengnian looked at the middle-aged man with white hair on his temples. For a moment, his mind wandered. He was indeed the father of White Foxface. He was already so old, but he was still able to move the hearts of women. In terms of aura, it seemed that only big officer Chao Changqing could compete with him. It was not a lie to say that one had a scholarly aura. On the other hand, those true Jianghu people, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat, Dong Tai, and Huyin Dagwan, were worlds apart. Of course, when old man Li was young, he was invincible in both sword and person. Xie Guo laughed involuntarily at this young vassal king who was distracted. He glanced at the calm white-robed man next to him and thought no wonder Zhao Chongling had chosen him, who was surnamed Chen and not his royal highness, who was surnamed Su. Su Fengnian smiled apologetically and then asked curiously, "It is not strange that Mr. Xie has long made plans in the Qingzhou Navy. However, if I remember correctly, when Lu Xingxiang left the Guangling Spring Snow Building, it was Yuan Bunshi who instructed him to do so. When the time comes, will he agree to give up the merit of entering and leaving the city? That means whether or not Lu Shengxiang can be promoted from Great General Li Yang to Minister of War. After all, in the future dynasty, Great General is just a nicer name. Ministers with real power are the most popular." Xie Guaniying smiled and asked, "Even if Lu Shengxiang wants to be the king of Beiliang who established the Central Plains, can he do it just because he wants to? What's more, today is different from the past. Even if he successfully besieges the city, he still needs to be busy fighting with that young heir of the southern border." Xie is keenly aware of the man she admires, and he frowns quietly. She could forget herself when making tea, but she could not forget him. Most women in the world were like this. No matter how otherworldly they were, there would always be a man who would bring them back to the world, and they would be willing to cook for him. Su Fengnian laughed softly and said, "In that case, the previous emperor, Zhao Dun, died early. Otherwise, Mr. Xie would not be so distressed." Xie Guaniying nodded and said, "If the previous emperor was still alive, I would not be in Lingzhou right now, but in the Qingzhou Navy." Everyone knew that Zhao Dun was very fond of Chen Zhibao. Naturally, if Zhao Dun was still alive, he would not be like the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan, who tactfully rejected Chen Zhibao's offer of only 10,000 men to go out of Shu to quell the rebellion. There were 2 emperors in the Zhao dynasty, and some things were passed down from generation to generation. For example, Zhao Zhuan treated Beiliang the same way as the previous emperor, which was to exhaust Beiliang's military power as much as possible without affecting the stability of the Central Plains. Otherwise, as long as the Su family of Beiliang was still around, removing the vassals would be a big joke. But some things had quietly changed, such as his attitude towards Chen Zhibao, the prince of Shu. Zhao Dun trusted and admired Chen Zhibao almost to the point of being paranoid. As a self-proclaimed enlightened emperor, he was incomparably intoxicated by the feeling of the country has no equal capable generals who are willing to serve me. On the other hand, Zhao Zhuan's attitude turned into fear and suspicion. Xie Guaniying, who had been speaking warmly like an old friend, shook his head and refused to continue pouring tea. His aura changed abruptly, and his tone turned cold. Previously, the king of Shu and I had deduced the situation of Beiliang. If we evaluated you as an ordinary official, you would only be below average. If you had built a big city south of North Zhongzhong in Liangzhou, you wouldn't even be below average. Su Fengnian smiled and did not say anything. Xie Guaniying continued, "Beiliang's best plan is to rely on more than 100,000 of the world's most elite field cavalry to succeed in one battle." Su Fengnian asked calmly, "Mr. Xie, do you mean to let Beimang's million troops stationed north of Huda City in Liangzhou and reenact the Battle of West Rampart?" Xie Guaniying smiled and did not say anything. Xie Guaniying, who acted as the icing on the cake, was a little surprised. This repulsive young vassal king was not stupid. Mr. Xie was not trying to be an alarmist. He and Xie Guanyin had once stayed up all night to make a sand table deduction. However, at that time, the deduction was based on the fact that Xie Guanyin was in charge of Beiliang, not this young man with the surname Su. Under this premise, Beimeng did not dare to divide its troops to attack the border from 3 fronts. It only dared to do it in one battle and make a big bet with Beiliang. To be precise, it was with him and Chen Jibao, who was standing next to Xie Guanyin. Mr. Xie acted as Dong Zhuo, and Chen Jibao acted as the defender of Beiliang. Both sides mobilized their troops, and it was very similar to the Battle of West Rampart. Both sides kept losing troops and increasing troops, competing to see who would be the first to be defeated. In the end, Mr. Xie tried his best, but still lost to Beiliang, who only had 30,000 cavalry and infantry left. In that shocking armchair war, Liuzhou, Yuzhou, and Lingzhou were all reduced to watching a show. All the tragic, treacherous, and exciting battles only happened in the north of Liangzhou. However, this was only the first move of that deduction, and it had not even reached the middle game. Next, it would be Beiliang forcing the heavily wounded Beimeng to turn its spearhead to the Tu Liao. Beiliang would go from being Liang's vanguard to an idler who had several years to recuperate. After consolidating the refugees of Liuzhou, they would join forces and break through the western regions in one go and take over western Shu and Nanzhao. In the same tripartite balance, Liang and Beimeng were constantly depleted, and Beiliang would quickly recover to a strength of 150,000 pure cavalry after regrouping. Then Nanzhao and western Shu would raise 150,000 infantry, and once again have a total of 300,000 troops to participate in the struggle for the world. At that time, he chose to go up north from Liangzhou and Jizhou, and chose to flatten Beimeng and Nanzhao before coveting the Central Plains. Finally, after becoming the master of the 6 major territories, Beiliang, Nanzhao, Western regions, Western Shu, and Nanzhao, he would occupy the high ground and directly bypass the already heavily wounded Gu Jiantang's 2 Liao defense lines. He would fight a decisive battle with Liang's army in Huainandao territory, and then go down south to Guanglingdao. He would not need to pay any attention to Tai'an City, and then fight the Nanjiang army. At that time, whether Gu Jiantang's 2 Liao border armies fought or not, it would no longer affect the overall situation. Thank You smiled happily. Su Fengnian could probably only think of the first move of that deduction. How could he guess the soul-stirring feelings of the middle game and the ending game? Then she was stunned. She only heard that guy ask with a smile. According to Mr. Xie's deduction rules, won't Gu Jiantang be the Minister of War of the new dynasty for another 20 years? Tan Taiping calmly glanced at Thank You. This great Grandmaster Qi cultivator also smiled. The king of Shu, who had been completely aloof, finally looked at Su Fengnian seriously. This could be regarded as the king of Beiliang, whom Chen Jibao had watched coldly for many years, growing up little by little. Xie Guanyin raised his hand. Thank You immediately poured tea. He smiled and drank a mouthful of tea. This tea seemed to have the taste. Only in this way could the two sides be considered to be on equal footing. Before this, Xie Guanyin did not regard Su Fengnian as a real opponent at all. Chapter 1439. Xie Guanyin said softly, His Highness wants to defend Beiliang and is willing to draw a circle around it. Whether outsiders understand it or not, it's a choice he has no other choice. I don't appreciate this, but since he's the son of great General Su Shao, I understand. Thus, after this choice, even if Beiliang and Western Shu can't become allies, they won't become mortal enemies. It's pointless to fight over personal feelings. It's meaningless and meaningless. Xie Guanyin stared at Su Fengnian, and said with a smile, "It's just like how the six of us are drinking tea today. The aftertaste is endless and not wine. If a jar of strong wine is opened and finished, we'll be dead drunk. We'll drink to our heart's content, but we'll have a headache the next day." Su Fengnian only asked one question. Has Sir Xie ever thought that millions more people will die in the Central Plains? Xie Guanyin fell into silence. After a long while, he asked in return, "Then have you ever thought about how to truly inherit Su Zhao's deep will to destroy the foundation of the powerful clans?" Su Fengnian laughed coldly. "Sir Xie wants to say that from the great Emperor Qin's state to the great Feng dynasty and the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, there hasn't been a single legitimate emperor of the Central Plains born from humble beginnings? Only with such an emperor can Su Xiao trample over the Central Plains be considered a success?" Su Fengnian put down his teacup and said slowly, or, according to Sir Xie's words, "It's meaningful." Xie Guanyin countered, "When the great Qin was hegemonic, Luoyang was China's land. When the great Feng dynasty was in power, Qingzhou was the Central Plains. When it came to Liang, Jiangnan was the Central Plains. If one day millions or even tens of millions of people die, but we can annex all of Beimang and make the northwest of Beiliang become the Central Plains, what's wrong with that? After we succeed, we'll win hundreds of years of peace under the heavens. The more people who die today, the fewer people who die in the future." Shaking his head, Su Fengnian replied in a deep voice, "There are some accounts that can't be settled like this." Xie Guanyin didn't get angry because of Su Fengnian's rebuttal. Instead, he said with a relaxed smile, "It's said that His Highness never makes a losing deal. It's the same with the 6-pearl bodhisattva in Mount Lantua in the western region, Xianyuan Qingfeng in the Great Snow Plateau in Mount Hui, Ko Jianghuai, the deputy general of Liangzhou under the pseudonym Su Fengnian, and even more so with the little girl named Lu Nerong from the Fish Dragon Gang. Before coming to Lingzhou, I made a bet with King of Shu on whether or not you would let Huyen Dagwan appear openly, and in the end, I lost. From this, it can be seen that although His Highness's trip to the south looks aggressive, it is actually quite sincere." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Mr. Xie is a schemer, but not a shrewd businessman. You don't understand how I do business with people. Moreover, Mr. Xie is not as good as Huang Sanjia. All these years, you've only learned from others. Huang Sanjia treated the spring and autumn period like a field of crops. Mr. Xie, in the end, you are just a book reader. In the first half of your life, you are far from being a writer. The strategist of the spring and autumn period, Huang Sanjia, my masterly Ishan, Yuan Bunshi, Nailan Yusi, and even Zhang Julu, who isn't strictly a strategist. They are all less restricted than Mr. Xie. After all, it's better to have no books than to believe in books. Of course, when Mr. Xie was born, you couldn't stand the loneliness and tried to make up for yourself. Therefore, you looked all over the world and flipped through the pages of the spring and autumn period books. Only then did you come to the Western Shu that hasn't been successful since ancient times. You wanted to start something new." Xie Guanying's expression froze. Xie Guanyin felt as if he had fallen into a fog. He didn't understand what this person, surnamed Su, was talking about. Why would Mr. Xie, who was good at maintaining his composure, get angry? Su Fengnian suddenly turned to look at her and asked with a naughty smile, "Aunt Xie, you don't understand, right?" Xie Guanying's chest suddenly felt stuffy and short of breath. Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. As the person best at observing energy in the world, she only needed a few clues to find the secrets of the heavens. For example, Huang Sanjia's identity as a writer, and Xie Guanying's responsibility as an endorser. Huang Sanjia did not change the overall situation, but changed the small details. In the end, he did not die early, but endured until he was 70 years old. This could be called a good death. This was enough to make Xie Guaniying, who had been diligently endorsing books, feel angry. It was like two examinees in the same year. One had used a loophole in the imperial examinations to easily become a jinsher, while the other had taken the exam and thought they were of equal talent. How could he not be angry? Now, there was another chance in front of him, so the latter wanted to fight. He didn't just want to beat Huang Senjia, he wanted to beat Sun Ping, Yuan Bunshi, Li Yishan, Nailan Yusi, and Zhao Chongling. He wanted to win with a clear conscience. Saints stood at 30, did not have doubts at 40, knew destiny at 50, listened to at 60, did as the heart wished at 70, and did not overstep the rules. The reason that Tantai Pingjing had left Liangzhou to Lingzhou was because she and Xie Guaniying, who was half a peer, were on the opposite side. She thought that Xie Guaniying's actions were overstepping the rules. As to Xie Guaniying's capture of the Western Shoe Serpent Dragon, that was just a subtle sign that the two would part ways. However, she had not expected this day to come so quickly. Xie Guaniying, who had been exposed, laughed and said in a casual tone, "Wang Yi says Zhao Dun died early. I want to say Zhao Chongling died early." He added, "Li Yishan died late." Su Fengnian said expressionlessly, "As strategist, Yuan Bunshi died late." Xie Guaniying looked at this young person and laughed. He asked, "Then dare I ask, did I also die late?" Su Fengnian did not speak, but Su Yanbing and Tantai Pingjing stood up at the same time. Xie Guaniying did not fear this tense atmosphere at all. Instead, she felt the pleasure of wanting to see the world in chaos. As to her own life, she did not care about it. Also, she did not feel that standing next to him, she would be in danger. She had missed this man's spring and autumn. She did not want to miss any of his games to fight for the world. Xie Guaniying thought that Su Yanbing and the master of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea would fight. She guessed wrong again today. Tantai Pingjing, who was also a woman, looked at her like she was an idiot and asked, "Wait here for death?" Xie Guaniying was about to speak when she was carried out of the courtyard by the tall woman in white like a chicken. What shocked Xie Guaniying even more was that the person who left with them, and the person who should have stayed in the courtyard for that family, Su Yanbing, who was supposed to be their helper. Could it be that the one surnamed Su wanted to fight one against two? Was he crazy? Tantai Pingjing casually threw Xie Guaniying aside and looked at the courtyard. She asked, "Is there really no problem?" Su Yanbing said calmly, "The worst situation is for Huyen Dagwan to rush back." Tantai Pingjing said emotionally, "Personally, this is the worst situation, but for Bailiang, this is the worst situation." Chapter 1440. Su Yanbing nodded and did not deny it. However, he turned his head and smiled. "However, don't you think that a king of Bailiang like this will vent your anger?" Tantai Pingjing said helplessly, disregarding everything else, "The impact of this anger on the world is definitely unprecedented." Su Yanbing smiled. "The more it is like this, the more it is worth it for someone like Su Yanbing, who doesn't understand the court and doesn't understand the situation, to choose to stand in Bailiang." Xie smiled coldly and said, "A martial arts grandmaster who has dropped a lot of realms and doesn't live up to his name is showing off his bravado. Does he really think that he is invincible?" Su Yanbing, who had never argued with a woman, scolded for the first time, "What does a woman like you know?" Xie was flabbergasted. She could not argue that she actually knew nothing, right? The trip to Lingzhou this time had indeed left a shadow in the heart of this great beauty, who had all the men in Shu bowing down to her. If it were not for the fact that that man was also from Bailiang, she would have cursed him for being a Bailiang barbarian. In the busy market, Huyen Dagwan, who had been busy picking out a few exquisite items for his wife and daughter, rolled his eyes. He stopped bargaining with the shopkeeper and left the shop angrily. He did not care whether or not he would attract the shock of the people on the street. He grabbed Timadai's arm and leaped up. In the blink of an eye, the two of them silently landed outside the house. She complained to Su Yanbing and Tantai Pingjing. "What is going on? You can even fight over this." Xia finally found her place and sneered. "Oh, a capable helper is here. Are there going to be thousands of Lingzhou soldiers rushing over in a hurry?" Huyen Dagwan could not be bothered with this woman. He looked in the direction of the courtyard and made a sound of surprise. He muttered, "That works too?" Timadai wanted to say something, but stopped. She probably wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to. Huyen Dagwan raised his head and stared at the sky above the courtyard. He instinctively used the language of the Central Plains to say, "Back then, I gave you 2 words. You were very stupid and could not understand it after so many years. That is why I had you follow Su Fengnian. I hope that you can get close to this grandmaster, who is about the same age as you, before walking out." Timadai, who did not understand what Huyen Dagwan said, was confused. Huyen Dagwan quickly realized his mistake. He switched to the Northern Mang accent and said, angrily, "Let me teach you a word. Outrageous. If you want to surpass Su Fengnian one day, you have to get rid of him first." Back then, whenever Li Chungang competed with others, Wang Xianji would shamelessly watch from the sidelines. Many people did the same. But not only was it not outrageous, but they also admired Li Chungang more and more, and then stood at the foot of the mountain to look at the scenery at the top for the rest of their lives. Only Wang Xianji gritted her teeth and followed suit, walked to the top, and finally defeated Li Chungang. Oh, no, it was a tie back then. Li Chungang was disheartened and gave his position to Wang Xianji. After that, Wang Xianji was even rarer. She didn't stop, and her cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. When one reached the peak, one still had to climb the mountain. Actually, I also understood this principle, but I didn't have the heart to do it. There is a young man called Fuding in Liang. He has inherited half of Wang Xianji's legacy in Eastern Sea's martial emperor city. However, after he lost to Su Fengnian, he has not reached the level of ridiculous yet. But you are not much better. There is nothing you can do about it. Compared to me, your comprehension really makes one feel despair. Hearing Huyen Dagwan's long-winded ramblings, Taimu Dui smiled. In this world, the only thing that made him feel more intimate than the cheap sword at his waist was this old man's self-praise and belittlement. However, when he saw this man fight for the first time, after receiving 2 strikes from Su Yanbing, Taimu Dai had to admit that Huyen Dagwan was the most wasteful person in the world. Huyen Dagwan suddenly sighed softly. "Silly boy, I don't expect you to surpass Su Fengnian in this life, but you must follow closely behind him." Taimu Dai held it in for a long time. Finally, he mustered up the courage to say what was in his heart. My sword, my swordsmanship from the very beginning was the only one in the world. I don't need to learn from anyone." Huyen Dagwan was stunned. He turned to look at this young man who came from Beimeng like him. He patted his shoulder and said, "I underestimated you. Very good." Huyen Dagwan rubbed his chin and said seriously, "No wonder Huyen Dagwan, chose you. It turns out that our temperaments are similar. You made me ask myself from time to time, when I was in Liyang, was I blinded by lard and blind to give you advice back then? Just based on this, you will definitely be number 1 in the world." Xia, who was not far away, was completely stunned. This shameless and attentive fellow was that Northern Mang great-grandmaster who was respectfully referred to as one man, one sect. The martial arts genius who was said to have the potential to replace Tuoba Bodhisattva and compete with Wang Xianji for number one in the world, then he felt a little dispirited and powerless. He felt that it was better to return to the land of Shu as soon as possible. The men of the outside world, from the one surnamed Su to Su Yanbing to this Huyen Daguan, were all bastards. In the courtyard, Chen Jibao still did not move. Xie Guanyin sat upright and still. However, this scholar who had reached a high realm did not show any signs of facing a great enemy. Su Fengnian looked at the tea in his cup. With a thought, the water rippled. There was once a Beimeng whose sword aura was close to yellow and green. He delivered more than half of his sword, and 16 Buddhas were born. Su Fengnian said sarcastically, "So there is such a scholar." Then he gently raised his cup and drank the tea in one gulp. Then Xie Guanyin, who could be said to have seen the vicissitudes of life, could not help but gasp in amazement when he saw this scene. Countless guests appeared out of nowhere in the courtyard. There was an old man wearing a sheepskin coat who seemed to be standing on top of a mountain and shouting, "Sword, come!" There was a middle-aged swordsman riding a donkey and holding a peach branch. His flying sword circled around him. There was a burly old man with snow-white hair standing with his hands behind his back. An old man with a pair of long eyebrows sat cross-legged and looked like he was eating a sword. There was a short old man with missing front teeth who walked with a box on his back. There were 3 Taoist priests who were different in age but had similar expressions. They stood side by side. There were 3 Wudang Taoists who wore the same Taoist robes. One of them lowered his head and frowned to interpret the lot. One of them looked at the same level and stretched out his finger to break the river. There was an old man with empty hands. His sword arrived as soon as he came. There was someone standing in the middle of the thunder pool where purple gas rose. There was a talisman general in red armor who looked solemn. There was a woman in a green robe who seemed to be leaning on the railing and looking into the distance. There was a stalwart man who held a spear and faced the north. There was an old man in a python robe with his sleeves wrapped in red silk. There was a tall old man who wore a cold saber on his waist. There was a continuous stream of people appearing. The courtyard could be considered spacious. The ground was full of people, and the air was also full of people. In the end, there was even a sickly and haggard scholar sitting on the stone bench beside Xie Guanyin. He seemed to be mocking Xie Guanyin. These dozens of people spoke together about the free and easy style of the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1441. Xie Guanyin was neither frightened nor idle. He was still in a leisurely mood as he spoke tirelessly, commenting on each of the distinguished figures. Finally, he looked sideways at the withered scholar sitting to the side. He raised his teacup and laughed. "When you and I parted in Jiangnan, your hair was still white. You said you would lead hundreds of old soldiers out of Liaodong to take a look at the army of the Su barbarians. At that time, you, Li Yishan, were in high spirits. After all these years, you ended up like this, neither a human nor a ghost. Even in death, you were not at ease. What are you planning? Do you really believe that if Bailiang defended the country, it could exchange for the so-called eternal peace of Mount Huanglongshan? You have to know that a dynasty that can last for 400 to 500 years is already an extremely long-lived dynasty." Xie Guanyin seemed to be able to drink the wine, and was drunk. He raised his voice and laughed boldly. "Li Yishan, oh Li Yishan, I told you a long time ago that if you really joined the army of the Su family, then the person you assisted in your later years would only be a Northwest vassal king who died early. He would only leave a bad name in the official history after he died in battle. He would also drag you down to the bottom of the ranking of future meddlesome strategists, even worse than Nalen Yusi, who traveled the Great River with you. It's a pity that you never believed in prophecies and ghosts. Even after I predicted Sun Ping's death, you still didn't believe it. You said it was only because Sun Ping's technique of ruling the country was wrong. His death was decided by man, and not by the heavens. You've always been a stubborn person. No wonder in this life, the older you get, the more unhappy you become. Xie Guanyin retracted his gaze and looked at Su Fengnian opposite him. He sneered. What, you think you're so great because you have more people? Are you so forgetful that you forgot who was ranked before you on one of the most important treasures of the Guanyin sect, the immortal map of the land of God? You used the fusion of the 3 sects of Ancestor Lu as your goal and used Buddhism as your foundation to make a great visualization. You invited so many people from your previous life. It's quite spectacular, but aren't you afraid that this kind of effort will only be a lamb entering the tiger's den? Su Fengnian sat upright and still. He said calmly, among these seniors, some are scholars and some are not. Some are dead. Some were already dead, while others were still alive. Among them, the dead could continue to live, but they were already dead. The way they appeared today meant that in the eyes of Su Fengnian, they were truly outstanding. In your opinion, perhaps my Su Fengnian stubbornly defending Bailiang to the death was a lack of ambition, and my masterly Ishan staying in Tide Listening Pavilion for 20 years was a trap of his own making. Su Shao, with his 300,000 border soldiers, was a fool not to fight for that chair. I don't find it strange that you think this way. Everyone has their own aspirations, their own desires, and their own thoughts. I just want to tell you something. Everyone has their own way of living. It's not up to you, Xie Guanyin, to do it just because you think it's interesting. It's hard to live a happy life. It's hard to live according to your own wishes, and it's even harder to live according to others' wishes. If you want to do business with me, Su Fengnian, and Bailiang, you should at least figure out what kind of person I am. Since there's not much difference between our positions, how can there be business in the world that forces people to buy and sell? Su Fengnian suddenly laughed. Mr. Xie, you've been living a carefree life. You probably don't know what it's like to walk in the mud with your feet. Not long ago, he had teased Xie Guanyin about whether or not he understood. Now that he said this, it seemed especially murderous. Xie Guanyin looked around, his expression cold. Su Fengnian narrowed his long and narrow eyes. If Sir Xie thinks that these people of the council are just for show, you can give it a try. Let's see whether or not they'll become supplements for the King of Shu to ascend to the celestial realm. Qin Jibao, who had been slowly sipping his spring tea, suddenly put down his teacup. The teacup made a soft sound as it hit the table. Xie Guanyin snorted coldly. According to your Highness's habits, shouldn't I say that the deal is over, but the benevolence is still there? Su Fengnian smiled and asked in return, you're really not going to fight? Then you'll be leaving empty-handed after coming here in high spirits. Xie Guanyin turned to look at the man in white, who shook his head. Xie Guanyin was slightly helpless, but he didn't show any weakness. Water without a source, no matter how much there is, it can't withstand squandering. Let me give you a word of advice. Your Highness's stance should be used to deal with Tuoba Bodhisattva. The people around Su Fengnian gradually dissipated. He stood up with a smile and asked, then let's stop here. Xie Guanyin sat still and said with a cold expression, forgive me for not seeing you out. From beginning to end, Qin Jibao didn't say a word. Outside the door, Su Fengnian was about to pass by Xie Guanyin, who had an inquisitive look on her face. He stopped and smiled. Aunt Xie, do you never want to come to Bailiang again? That's right. There's little water here, and there's a lot of wind and sand. It's bad for the skin. You weren't on the Rouge rankings in the first place. If another young woman stole the title of the #1 beauty in Shu, I'll feel guilty. Xie Guanyin sneered. The great king of Bailiang is fussing with a woman like me. How magnanimous of you. Su Fengnian smiled warmly and said, It's my fault. Finally, to tell you the truth, Aunt Xie's tea brewing skills are truly unique in the world. It's such a big technical job that I can't reward you. Xie Guanyin wasn't sure if this bastard was speaking from the bottom of his heart or if there was a knife hidden in his smile. However, deep in her heart, there was still a trace of self-satisfaction that she didn't want to admit. The five of them mounted their horses and left. Tantai Ping looked calmly at the pale Su Fengnian and glanced at Huyen Daguan. She frowned and said, Why do you have to show off your courage? Xie Guanyin is much stronger than me in terms of combat ability and realm. If we really fight, your technique is more of a competition of realms. It's the strongest technique that Xie Guanyin can't be more familiar with. Su Fengnian waved his hand and interrupted Tantai Ping's words. He smiled and said, I'll just treat it as a warm-up so that I won't be flustered the next time I face Tuoba Bodhisattva. Although I didn't fight with Xie Guanyin, it's not like I didn't gain anything. The visualization that was originally leaking on all sides has been mended a lot. After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Yanbing and said with a bitter smile, Uncle Su, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take a detour and tell Deputy General Han. Yes, tell him that he doesn't need to blame himself. Su Yanbing was puzzled, but he didn't ask much. His fellow disciple Han Laoshan was now the Deputy General of Lingzhou. In name, he was guarding the southernmost gate of Bailiang. In reality, everyone knew that Han Laoshan's most important duty was to keep an eye on the movements of Western Shu. This was to prevent the Shu army from adding insult to injury when the battle at Liangmang was in full swing. The five of them had already parted ways before they left the city. They went in 3 different directions. Su Fengnian and Tantai Ping went north to enter Liangzhou. Su Yanbing went south to pass on a message to Han Lao's Han. Huyen Daguan and Tai Madai could roam around Lingzhou. The 2 of them didn't have much to do with Bailiang. Su Fengnian didn't have the face to order them around. After Su Fengnian and Tantai Ping rode out of the city, he lamented, Let's not talk about combat power. Just talking about the level of state. Tuoba Bodhisattva was the second most powerful person in the world. Actually, there was an obvious gap between him and Wang Xianji. Tantai Ping nodded and said, Speaking of this, although Huyen Daguan has lost to Tuoba Bodhisattva, the former state is still higher than the latter. This is related to talent and fate. With Wang Xianji's death, the gap between the 14 people of Wushu isn't as big as it used to be. Both the state and combat power are the same. Of course, Tuoba Bodhisattva is the number 1 in terms of killing. It's the sneaky Xie Guanyin who has been working for others for many years. His state is the highest. You and Huyen Daguan are close behind for the time being. Speaking of this, Tantai Ping paused for a moment. It was as if she was hesitating whether she should reveal the secret. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Are you trying to say that Chao Chongqing will be a flash in the pan and Chen Jibao will also surpass him later? Tantai Ping did not know why, but as she stared at this young man whose hair had turned black again, she felt that he was more and more distant from the past. Su Fengnian's lips curled up. He did not hold the reins and habitually kept his hands in his sleeves. He looked into the distance. Don't look at me with such a pitiful gaze. That Xie Guanyin has been looking at me for a long time. Tantai Ping blurted out. If you really find it annoying, then beat up Xie Guanyin first. Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry. A woman was a woman. She was like a fairy. She could also be rude and unreasonable. Tantai Ping laughed. She should have realized that she was being unreasonable. Su Fengnian galloped more than 30 miles outside the city. He dismounted and fed the war horse. During this pause on the way back to Liangzhou, Tantai Ping 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 asked, "Why did you let Su Yanbing tell Han Lao's Han not to blame himself? Did the Lingzhou army make a mistake?" With a complicated expression, Su Fengnian said, "I only had this guess after seeing him and Xie Guaniying. If I'm not wrong, the 10,000 soldiers on the surface of Shu have not left Shu, but secretly, I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 people who have already left Western Shu." This step was probably something that Qin Jibao had thought about before he entered Shu. Mobilizing 10 to 20,000 soldiers and maximizing their strength would be a headache for ordinary generals on the battlefield, but to Qin Jibao, it was no different from playing a game. Furthermore, we are just changing the location of these troops. The moment he started to talk, Su Fengnian started to mutter to himself, "Wait for it. These Shu soldiers who have not fought for a full 400 years will shock the entire Liang dynasty in the Guangling Road battle." Back then, Su Shao, who was known for his cavalry, used infantry to take down Western Shu. This gave the imperial court and the Central Plains a misunderstanding that the Shu soldiers were not strong enough. However, the Tide-listening pavilion's secret files clearly recorded how the Shu soldiers dared to fight to the death. Western Shu, which had the natural advantage of defending the country, only had 120,000 troops. But do you know how many Shu soldiers died back then? Up to 90,000, a full 90,000. The intensity of the battle is the greatest in the spring and autumn period. Chapter 1442. Speaking of this, Su Fengnian gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Son of a bitch! If Beiliang could have Western Shu as a strategic depth and source of troops, would I still need to listen to the imperial court? Would I still need to personally go out of the calabash and lead 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry to their deaths? I could sit on a small stool in Huayang Pass and bask in the sun while eating melon seeds, waiting for those Beimang barbarians to attack Beiliang. Would they dare? Humph! If it weren't for Zhao Dun asking him, the Minister of War, to go to Western Shu, it would have been Gu Jiantang's Liangliao defense line to face those millions of troops." Looking at the young lord who lost his composure, Tantai Pingjing smiled and said softly, "You really don't want to be the emperor? I think you'll be a good emperor." The muttering Su Fengnian calmed down and raised his head to ask, "Why?" Tantai Pingjing said, "The Zhao family can't tolerate Beiliang, but you can tolerate the Central Plains." Su Fengnian said lazily, "There are definitely people who can do better than me when it comes to being the emperor and sitting on the dragon throne. However, I, Su Fengnian, am the only one who can be the king of Northern Liang in this world. This has something to do with my martial prowess and knowledge, but that is not the most important thing. As for whether I can be the king of Northern Liang, it has nothing to do with me." Tantai Pingjing asked, "Even Qin Jibao can't?" Su Fengnian said softly, "Probably not, but Qin Jibao can't do it. Not because this white-clothed war saint can't do it, but because of my own selfishness. I don't care who sits on the dragon throne, but the position of the king of Beiliang must be mine." Tantai Pingjing said considerately, "It's natural to live for oneself, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost." Su Fengnian couldn't help laughing and said, "My master Tantai, I can tolerate such nonsense if others say it, but why are you also beginning to misinterpret the Buddhist classics?" As one of the few Chi trainer gurus in the world, Tantai Pingjing is the one who catches the fish that escapes the net for the natural law. How can she not know the true meaning of this sentence of Buddhism that is taken out of context by the world? She asked, "Did I really misinterpret it?" Su Fengnian sighed softly. "You think too highly of me." After the two of them mounted their horses, Su Fengnian suddenly smiled brightly. "You asked me if I want to be the emperor. Why don't you make a guess?" Tantai Pingjing was furious. So the two of them rode north in silence. However, when they were less than 100 li away from Liangzhou City, Su Fengyan stopped his horse at the relay station and told her to head west without any warning. Tantai Pingjing asked, "What is the west, hundreds or thousands of miles?" Su Fengyan smiled and said that if he wanted to borrow troops from others, they wouldn't be able to reach an agreement. He even said that he needed to make this trip by himself. Otherwise, it would seem as if he was going to cause trouble. It would be ridiculous. Tantai Pingjing said that the person who is most confident in killing you alone in the world happens to be in the middle of the road to the west of Mount Lantua. Su Fengyan only said yes and didn't say anything else. Tantai Pingjing suddenly flew into a rage. Even if Su Longxiang is your brother, he has his own destiny. Are you going to protect him for a lifetime? You have already suffered enough in Liuzhou. Are you going to break your head and bleed again? Su Fengyan smiled. I didn't even fight with Xie Guaniying. I won't fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva for the time being. Of course, I will take a detour. I won't look for Tuoba Bodhisattva if I have nothing better to do. Tantai Pingjing suppressed her anger. I will send you to Qingtsong City. Let me give you a word of advice. You better not fight with others in Mount Lantua. Otherwise, even if I foresee that Tuoba Bodhisattva wants to kill you, I can only watch him do it. Su Fengyan blinked. Actually, I was waiting for you to say this. Tantai Pingjing's expression was extremely ugly. It was obvious that this Qi refinement grandmaster was enraged. Su Fengyan mounted the horse again. He smiled gently and asked, "Have you guessed the answer to that question?" Tantai Pingjing's temper finally exploded. She said angrily, "Guess your head." Su Fengyan's lips moved slightly as he muttered something softly. Tantai Pingjing instantly regained the demeanor of a Qi refinement grandmaster. In the second year of the auspicious talisman, the valley rain arrived. Spring had already set in. Every household had a cinnabar tome that forbade scorpions. After Su Fengyan and Tantai Pingjing parted ways at the south of Qingtsong City, he traveled alone to the hinterland of the West region. He finally saw that inconspicuous mountain, and at this time, a monk nicknamed Useless Yi went down to Guangling and found Chao Zhongqing, who was on a Western Chu ship. The monk was floating on a reed leaf on the river, with his hands clasped together. He raised his head and looked at the green robe, asking Chao Zhongqing to put down an item and pick up an item. Chao Zhongqing did not speak. He only shook his head. Chao Zhongqing could not let go of Dechu. Chao Zhongqing could not pick up the Central Plains. The monk from Mount Lantua, whose real name was Lu Songtao, asked, "Even I can let go. Why can't you?" Chao Zhongqing smiled. "You have never picked up the things that I can't let go of. How can you let go of them?" Useless monk lowered his head and chanted a Buddhist proclamation. Chao Zhongqing looked up at the distant capital of Dechu. He said that he could not let go of Dechu. He could not let go of the capital, the imperial palace, the pavilion, or the chessboard. Actually, it was just that he could not let go of her, who was watching the chessboard with a smile. On this day, Useless Monk died in battle on Guangling River. On this day, seawater poured into Guangling River. The Confucian sage Chao Zhongqing's domineering ways were known to all. When Su Fengyan climbed the mountain, bells suddenly rang all over the mountain. Su Fengyan sensed the melodious sounds of the bells. He stopped halfway up Mount Lantua and looked to the east, lost in thought. Su Fengyan slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head to put his palms together. He hoped that Bailiang would not be sad. After Su Fengyan and the others left, Qin Zhibao gently picked up his teacup and remained silent. Xie Guaniying stood up and could not help but laugh and scold. "This guy is indeed Li Yishan's disciple. He's so stubborn. He even turned around and scolded me. However, I don't know if he listened. Su Fengnian's realm is like water without a source. Apart from the West, he'll have enemies on 3 fronts from today onwards. It's even more so for Beiliang. Chen Jibao smiled. Anyway, we didn't ask for anything on this trip to Lingzhou. I just want to take one last look at Beiliang, which is still peaceful. Is it because the father-in-law pinches his nose and suppresses his anger to look at the son-in-law? Xie Guanyin mocked himself. I only have a son. How can I be a son-in-law? Chen Jibao's smile grew wider. He was actually joking. Are you trying to make things difficult for the mother-in-law's attitude towards her daughter-in-law? Xie Guanyin sighed and changed the topic. He said gloomily, if the situation gives me half a year, just half a year, then you— Chen Jibao shook his head. Don't talk about half a year on the battlefield. An hour or even a quarter of an hour can decide the outcome of a battle. Xie Guanyin sat back down on his stool and asked curiously, You really don't have anything you want to tell Su Fengnian? Chen Jibao said indifferently, Something I want to tell him? Yes, I just don't want to say it. Xie Guanyin could understand why this white-clothed man's words seemed to contradict themselves. Xie Guanyin rested his elbows on the table and leaned his body, appearing more leisurely and comfortable. That fellow's words hit the nail on the head. The world's affairs are the most difficult to go according to one's wishes. For example, if Su Fengnian was an embroidered pillow like before and Beiliang followed your surname, Chen, he wouldn't have so much trouble if he had obediently become a puppet vassal king. If Su Fengnian was not only the world's #1 martial artist, but also possessed Chen Jibao's military strategy and was the world's #1 commander, then I would have gone straight to Mount Qingliang instead of Shu. Chen Jibao and Beiliang's Su family seemed to have tied a dead knot. As Su Fengnian's achievements increased, it became harder to resolve. Chapter 1443. A look of schadenfreude appeared on Xie Guanying's face. What do you think of Su Fengnian, His Royal Highness, and the new Prince of Liang? Xie Guanying thought he would never get an answer after asking this question, but Chen Jibao answered without hesitation, I might have been jealous when he was still a child, but when he became the king of Beiliang, I didn't feel much anymore. Xie Guanying was surprised. Jealous? You're a master of military strategy, who defeated Yi Baikue. You could have become a prince of a different surname in your 20s. Why would you be jealous of a crown prince of a vassal state who had no choice but to hide his dirty writing and ruin his reputation? Chen Jibao smiled. Su Fengnian was right about one thing. There are some small things that you don't understand. Sir Xie. Xie Guanying fell into deep thought. Huang Sanjia prided himself on being flawless in his calculations. Later on, he went to calculate people's hearts to pass the time. In the end, he miscalculated that young ranger who used a wooden sword in the capital. Chen Jibao stood up slowly. When I was young, there was a man and a woman who had an argument. Xie Guanying was truly curious this time. It wasn't hard to guess the identity of the man and woman. Only the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, and princess consort Wu Su could keep the war sage in mind for so many years. But the content of the argument was something he couldn't guess. The corners of Chen Jibao's mouth curled up into a smile, but he didn't try to hide it. That man said that we men should wear armor and ride horses to kill enemies. Even if we get off the horse, we should still wear the black armor to look handsome and powerful. The woman said that wearing simple and elegant white robes would make one look better and more scholarly. Later on, when I came to Beiliang, other than the initial battle caused by Zhao Dun, I didn't fight many major battles when I became the Beiliang Protector General. There were only intermittent, small battles. Most of the time, I spent reading books in that residence where I could see yellow sand as soon as I opened the door. My father died early, but at least I have some impression of him. My mother died even earlier, so my memory is very vague. That's why I've always treated that man as my foster father, but I've always treated that woman as my mother. Then Chinjibao stopped smiling. As long as Godfather is alive, I won't touch Su Fengnian. But if he died in Liang River Lake or Beimang grassland, I wouldn't care. My adoptive father believed in this original intention, but many people didn't. Even Yao Jian and Yi Shi didn't believe it. So they found Beimang's killer, Xue Songguan, behind my back and paid for his death. Huang Sanjia had the prophecy that the dragon and python would be beheaded by Yi. It was not only a trap for the Beiliang Su family, but it was also a shackle for me, Chun Jibao. Therefore, during the ambush at the Iron Gate Pass, she thought that I was going to kill people. I can tolerate many things, but I can't tolerate her. Back then, I killed her parents at the West Wall with my own hands, but I let her go. After a moment of silence, Chen Jibao said in a low voice, "My father met his death calmly. I only hate the world, but I never hate anyone. I also recognize Godfather, and he's sincere. So, I'd rather follow Godfather to the northwest border than be some southern border vassal king. But if you want me, Chen Jibao, to give the impression of being an ignorant child, why should I, Chen Jibao, follow you everywhere? Just because he's surnamed Su like my godfather? That one day he'll be hereditary?" Xie Guanyin happened to cross the threshold of the small courtyard. After hearing his words, her eyes shone brightly, and she was intoxicated. This was the man she adored. In the eyes of the world, the southern border vassal king title was still too small. Only the whole world was enough. Xie Guanyin started to brew tea again. This time, compared to the undercurrent just now, it was naturally much more relaxed and comfortable. Xie Guanyin shook his sleeves and sat back on the stool. "I know best what Su Fengnian has done these years. When he was in Taiyan City, I kept an eye on him. But when he left the capital, I was only disappointed." Xie Guanyin couldn't help but ask, "Why would Sir be disappointed? Although I also dislike that Su Fengnian, if we really talk about it, he still has some ways." Xie Guanyin suppressed her disgust and finally managed to say, "Speak honestly." From this, it could be seen that Su Fengnian, the new Prince Liang, was not the same as before. He was not as unsightly as before. Chen Jibao smiled and said, "Sir Xie is disdaining his lack of ambition. He doesn't even have the thought of sitting on the dragon throne. Or, rather, he suppresses it very well." Xie Guanying's eyes widened. Of those extraordinary men in the world, who doesn't want to be the emperor? She raised her sleeve to cover her mouth, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. She sneered and said, "Is Su Fengnian still a man?" On the stone table, steam rose in spirals. The aroma of tea assailed their nostrils. During this time, Xie Guanying's thoughts were clear. She could see that Xie Guanyin was quite interested in talking, so she asked about some things that she had been holding back for a long time. Why were there so many experts in the world today? Why was their style so much better than the Jianghu of the past? Sir Xie smiled and told her that the spring of Yonghui was not just a harvest year for the Liang government. Huang Longsher had used the next 100 or 1,000 years of the Jianghu as the price to create the illusion of a big year. He was like a prodigal son. Not only did he eat his fill, but he also ate all the food for future years. In the future, there would no longer be a big year, only a small year, and it would get smaller and smaller. Generation after generation of Jianghu, there were no more land immortals, no more people who resonated with the heavens and earth, no more people who asked for immortality. there was not a single level 4 grandmaster. In the end, only the level 2 experts, who were now only grandmasters, became grandmasters in the eyes of the future generations. Today, all the legends of the Jianghu would become legends that the future generations half believed and half doubted. A new emperor brings new officials. One generation of grudges. One generation of grudges. Why did the new emperor, Zhao Xuan, still seem to have a grudge against the new Prince Liang for killing his father? Sir Xie's expression was playful. Of course, there was no grudge against him for killing his father, but there was a bit of hatred for him for stealing his wife. Hearing this, Sir Xie's mouth fell open. That Su fellow had such heaven-defying methods. Could it be that he really had some shady relationship with the Bailiang dynasty's Empress Liang? Xie Guaniying, who knew the inside story of the Zhao family, hit the nail on the head. The previous emperor, Zhao Dun, at least knew that the Empress, Zhao Ji, was just fighting with the king of Bailiang's concubine, Wu Su. It was not that there was anything between Zhao Ji and Su Shao. However, there was indeed such a thorn in the emperor's heart. The key was that this thorn was deeply hidden. Even the new empress, Yan Dongwu, could not remove it, not to mention any outsiders. They might even die if they touched it. Xie Guaniying pointed at Qin Jibao and joked. In the new emperor's heart, our king of Shu is another thorn, just like how the previous emperor, Zhao Dun, treated Su Shao with complicated feelings. Qin Jibao's expression was calm as he waited patiently for the new cup of tea. When Qin Jibao took the teacup from Sir Xie's hands, he looked at Xie Guaniying and asked, Su Fengnian said so much today. Do you know what he really wants to do? Xie Guaniying nodded and sighed. In this aspect, Su Fengnian and Li Yishan are truly worlds apart. Qin Jibao said bluntly, therefore, only people like Song Dongming will have a place at Mount Qingliang. You, Xie Guaniying, will not go. Xie Guaniying dismissed it with a laugh. After seeing Sir Xie's thoughtful expression from the corner of his eye, he joked, fine, since I've already told you so many interesting secrets, this one won't make a difference. Su Fengnian believed in Buddhism since he was young and believed in the afterlife. As his relatives passed away one by one, he became more and more afraid that he had monopolized the fate of his entire family, causing his relatives to not be able to enjoy blessings. Therefore, as a person who remained in the mortal realm, he would risk his life to accumulate good karma for the Su family and repay the debt of Su Shao, who killed countless people in the spring and autumn period. Xie Guaniying laughed and said, what a good, the son pays the father's debt. Therefore, whether Su Fengnian wants to be the emperor or not, he doesn't dare. How pitiful! After Sir Xie recovered from his shock, he lowered his head and said softly, how pitiful! Qin Jibao muttered, is it pitiful? Chapter 1444. In the vast western regions, there were mountains that cut the western regions into two like long swords. The protectorate of the western regions, established by the Great Feng dynasty, was located at a broken mountain pass. Its territory was even larger than the current Liang dynasty. After the fall of the dynasty, the protectorate gradually became a city without a master. After more than 200 years of bloody disputes, the ancient city established its own rules. It had the most complicated network in the world. Perhaps an old man past his prime in a smoky noodle house was once a noble descendant of a certain country in the spring and autumn period. Perhaps an unreasonable butcher who bared his chest every day was a general of the Central Plains who commanded tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Perhaps a white-haired old woman who could bargain with a vendor for an hour when she finally got what she wanted and turned around to play with her hair would lead people to guess that when she was young, the old woman must have been a lady of a noble family who had been raised in a lush and beautiful place. In addition to these survivors who had been forgotten along with the spring and autumn period, There were more outlaws in the city. Everyone was doing all kinds of shady things. There were horse gang who came to the border all year round to get drunk in their leisure time. There were killers who killed people, like Flax. There were people who were nominally merchants, but were actually spies of a certain force. There were people who died almost every day in the throat of the Western region, but they all followed the rules. If someone didn't follow the rules and died, someone would naturally intervene and end the matter in an orderly way. In a carriage that was temporarily hired to drive to the city, the coachman was a middle-aged man with a sallow face and thin body, but his eyes were sharp. He was talking about the city's rules, with spittle flying everywhere. Sitting beside him was a young man who was not commonly seen in the western regions. His elegant green robe was not uncommon in the city, but the appearance of a young man was rare. In the eyes of the native man, this guest was like a character in a storyteller he had heard of in his early years. A scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial exam, stayed in an ancient temple, and then met a fox spirit who turned into a human. In the dusk, the man looked up at the vague outline of the huge city, and then he couldn't help but look at the foreign employer who was not generous with money from the corner of his eyes, feeling a little regretful. In the town they were going to, though most of the people lived and died, according to the rules had to be made, and it was unfortunate that they had come across this little group of people whose observance of the rules depended on their mood. Some people would become rich overnight because of this. After being chosen by the big shots in the city, they would rise to the top in a single bound in the largest city of the western regions, which was home to more than 100,000 people. There were also some people who were never heard from again because of this. A few years ago, the coachman had taken a group of 4 people into the city, 3 men and 1 woman armed with sabers and swords. They looked quite skilled, but before they could rest, they were blocked by the cavalry from the inner city. It was really a fierce battle. The 4 people were indeed skilled. They directly jumped out of the carriage and onto the roof. The rain of arrows that was like a splash of water didn't hurt them at all. The coachman didn't dare to look and abandoned the carriage, almost crawling away. Later, he learned that the 4 people had been hanged at the east gate of the city. It was said that they were heroes from the Central Plains who came to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, the family of the enemy had become an influential family in the inner city, and only 40 or 50 people were killed in the city. In fact, there were several such tragedies every year. In the final analysis, that city was open to everyone, but not everyone could leave. However, the coachman didn't dare to say this, for fear of scaring the young employer beside him. Of course, he was even more afraid that his commission would fly away like a cooked duck. Before the shabby carriage entered the city, the coachman kindly told the young man about the current situation in the city. For example, the city was divided into the inner and outer city. There were 4 local gangs and sects in the outer city, and they liked to go out of the city to play cavalry when they had nothing to do. At the peak of their strength, there were thousands of cavalry on both sides. It was said that the 4 forces together had more than 3,000 war horses and hundreds of crossbows. If you provoked them, you would be waiting to be torn apart by 5 horses. Anyway, those guys had done such things before. In the inner city, there were 3 guys with surnames that couldn't be provoked. They were extremely influential and had a strong family background. In any case, they were the local tyrants in the city. Among them, the Chai family had collected 20 to 30 dragon robes. The head of the Chai family rarely went out with great fanfare. He really wore a dragon robe, as the rumors said, and the beauties around him were all wearing phoenix coronets and robes. They really looked like empresses and imperial concubines. It was an eye-opener. When they approached the city gate, the coachman who was thirsty took off the goatskin wine bag and drank a mouthful of wine. He turned to look at the young man who was listening to him carefully and grinned. I said, all this just to let you be more careful. But in case you really run into trouble if there are those red-robed monks with prayer wheels nearby, you must hurry to them and ask for help. After all, in our western region, they are living bodhisattvas. No matter how unreasonable they are, they will always restrain themselves. After entering the city, the young man got off the carriage at a downtown inn in the east of the city that he recommended. He gave the coachman a few more taels of silver. Although there was some black rust on the silver, there was no twilight. It was pleasing to look at. This made the coachman feel that his words were not in vain. Good people will be rewarded. However, when he saw the young man walk slowly into the inn without any scheming, the coachman's eyes were a little complicated. In fact, his words were in vain. When outsiders entered this inn, whether they could come out alive was up to fate. Even if they were lucky enough to walk out, they would lose a few layers of skin. However, when he thought about how the inn would give him a little share of the profits after he killed the fat sheep, the coachman couldn't help but secretly laugh. However, at this moment, the young man also turned around and looked at him with a smile. The coachman's smile suddenly stiffened, but soon his smile returned to normal. He even waved his hand at the poor guy who was unaware that he was a sheep in a tiger's den. When the coachman cheerfully swung his whip and left, he probably didn't know that if this city was a local snake entrenched in the territory of the western regions and was feared, then he had personally delivered a great serpent with the power to easily swallow the snake. The person who hired the carriage to enter the city was Su Fengnian, who had not received a clear answer from Mount Lantua. There were more than 300,000 monks in the western regions, both on the books and not on the books. There were 40 to 50,000 monk soldiers affiliated with Mount Lantua. However, even if Su Fengnian personally came to Mount Lantua, he could not successfully take away a single soldier. However, it was not as if there was no turning point. Su Fengnian came to the protectorate of the western regions of the Great Feng dynasty to do his best for this bleak turning point, and then leave the rest to fate. In the center of the inner city, there was a small mountain no more than 20 feet high, known as Little Lantua. At the top of the mountain, there was the world's largest prayer wheel. Its copper body was gilded and weighed 120,000 pounds. The outside of the wheel was carved with the 4 bodhisattvas of Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Guanyin, Ksitigarbha, and 8,000 lifelike fairies. The inside of the wheel was engraved with 810,000 six-syllable mantras and all the Tripitaka. The prayer wheel had a large ring for people to hold on to. The reason why it was said to be empty was because no one had ever successfully moved the prayer wheel after it was created. Thus, each rotation was equivalent to 810,000 chants of Buddha. Until now, no one had been able to enjoy the great fortune of reciting Buddha's name. This anecdote had been circulating in the Central Plains for a long time along with Buddhism's journey to the East. It was said that the difficulty of this method is difficult to turn was first in climbing Little Lantua, then in the strength of dragons and elephants equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds. The third difficulty was whether one had the fate with Buddha. There was once a monk of Mount Lantua who said that even Lu Zhu and Wang Xianji would find it difficult to turn the prayer wheel. For Su Fengnian, even if Mount Lantua wanted him to turn the prayer wheel, it was not impossible for him to try. However, Su Fengnian did not dare to say that he would succeed. There were many eminent monks in Mount Lantua. There were 2 Buddhas like Lu Songtao in the mortal world, plus the Bodhisattva of 6 jewels and dozens of masters. Once they joined forces to defend against something or prevent someone from doing something, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky. Su Fengnian believed that with the strength of the 14 Wu judges, it would not be difficult to move the prayer wheel. The real difficulty should be the Buddhist fate that seemed to exist but not exist. Mount Lantua gave a 4-word reminder to the young vassal king, who personally visited the mountain, heavenly water-bathing Buddha. Su Fengnian checked in on the second floor of the inn. He opened the window and looked worried. Guyu, March 2nd. However, the Buddha's birthday of 9 dragons spitting water, bathing in golden body, was not until April 8th. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Su Fengnian to waste an entire month in this isolated city thousands of li away from northern Liang. However, at the foot of the mountain, Su Fengnian met a stooped old woman who was holding a small prayer wheel in her hand. After chatting for a while, the old woman gave the ordinary prayer wheel to Su Fengnian. When Su Fengnian thought about it, the old woman's unintentional words reverberated in his heart like the roar of a large bell. At that time, she said that one could not rotate the prayer wheel too quickly. It was not that the more times one rotated it, the more merit one would accumulate. Instead, one had to be calm and steady. Su Fengnian knew that the old woman was just an ordinary person in the western region who worshipped Buddha. However, it was because of this that he truly felt that there was a God's will in the unseen world. Su Fengnian's mouth showed a trace of helplessness and bitterness. Did he really have to wait until April 8th? The war in Liangzhou's Huda city was in full swing. Liuzhou was also in the midst of a storm. People were dying in Beiliang every day. As the king of Beiliang, even if he could not personally mobilize the troops in the protectorate of Beiliang, he felt that he needed to stand there and see the smoke and hear the war drums with his own eyes. Only then could he feel at ease. If he could turn the prayer wheel, it would be fine. After Ko Jianghuai entered Liuzhou, there would be 40 to 50,000 fearless and brave warrior monks. Then he could turn from seeking defeat to seeking victory. In this way, Huang Manor, who bore the brunt of the attack on the western front of Liangmang, would have more stability. This was Su Fengnian's selfishness when he acted under the nose of Tuoba Bodhisattva. This was also why Tantai Pingjing was so angry at that time. Chapter 1445. When Su Fengnian killed the real dragon of Beimang, his state dropped greatly. If he could, why would he be willing to take the risk and run out of the calabash? However, the Beiliang cavalry was different from other border troops. The whole world knew that these cavalry were surnamed Su, and so did the Beiliang frontier army. However, Su Fengnian had usurped the title of prince. How difficult would it be to convince the 300,000 armored soldiers? The army and Jianghu were two different worlds. Just because Su Fengnian had become one of the few grandmasters in the world, he did not have the right to order thousands of soldiers and horses around. Su Xiao was only barely at the level of master of martial arts. Why was he the only one who could convince the masses? Why was it that Gu Jiantang was the world's #1 saber master, but his confidant Kai Nen led tens of thousands of soldiers under his command to see Su Xiao, who was wearing armor and holding a spear, and at the risk of losing his reputation and being useless in the eyes of the civil officials of Liang, he still willingly knelt down and saluted Su Xiao and turned around to ask Su Xiao to inspect the army. The reason was simple. Su Xiao could not kill many people single-handedly, but since Su Xiao left Liaodong, how many big cities had he slaughtered? How many surrendered soldiers had he killed? Martial artists were not scholars. They did not have sentimental feelings like unjust spring and autumn, the sinking of the Central Plains. Even if you were the soldiers who once again wore armor for the Zhao family after the fall of their country, other than hatred, you would still have an indescribable respect for Su Xiao in the depths of your heart. Su Fengnian knew that the prayer wheel might not be able to turn, but he still had to stand there obediently, feeling conflicted. The big dragon chair in Tai and city could be sat on by anyone except Su Fengnian. The big tiger skin chair on Mount Qingliang could not be sat on by anyone except Su Fengnian. This wasn't something that Su Fengnian could change just because his martial arts realm was extraordinary. In one's lifetime, there are bound to be concerns, and it is extremely difficult to become a self-proclaimed Han. Su Xiao, who was rarely eloquent in his speech, once said that when people come to this world, they have to suffer hardships to pay their debts. After paying their debts, if at the end of their lives there is still a surplus, then it is already a man's great ability. In the past, Su Fengnian did not feel much about this. However, when he saw the domineering actions of those general families in Lingzhou, his heart ached, but he also felt at ease. Look, these were the descendants of the people who had fought alongside Su Xiao. Su Xiao had never let down their fathers, who had risked their lives for him. That was why they could enjoy the happiness they had today. Even in a barren border like Beiliang, Su Xiao still allowed them to live a peaceful and luxurious life in Lingzhou, which was beyond the Great Wall in Jiangnan. Su Fengnian's hatred for Zhong Hangu, the true killing intent, was not because the Huaihua general looked down on him, the second generation, but because Zhong Hangu, who left the border to abuse his power as a matter of course, had harmed the general families in Lingzhou to the point that they had forgotten Su Xiao's good intentions. Standing by the window and looking at the bustling street outside, Su Fengnian said self-mockingly, "Aren't the heroes free to go?" There was a series of knocks on the door. It was the waiter of the restaurant who came to ask if he wanted to order some food. If it was not because he found it troublesome and did not want to go downstairs, the restaurant could deliver food to the room. The waiter even directly asked if he wanted to eat some outside food that was rich in dialect. He said that not only were there wild horses on the grassland, there were also skinny horses from Jiangnan that could play a little tune. It was just that the price was a little more expensive. It was 20 taels of silver each time. Su Fengnian politely declined with a smile and only asked for dinner. When the waiter saw that Su Fengnian did not look fat, he rolled his eyes on the spot and left resentfully. He complained that the coachman, who had not yet left the city to wait for good news, had poor eyesight. How many copper coins could he get from finding such a lean, two-legged sheep? After that, Su Fengnian ate the food that was laced with knockout powder. The waiter who came to bring back the food box and chopsticks dawdled for a long time, but did not wait for Su Fengnian to hit his head on the table. He knew that he had encountered a difficult person. This was not a rare thing in this kind of unscrupulous restaurant that had been open for many years. Since soft methods did not work, then they would use hard methods. The restaurant had one or two treasures whose hands were stained with blood. If they really met a capable person who could not be persuaded by soft or hard methods, then they would admit defeat. Men who were able to take root in the western regions were particularly forthright in this kind of matter. They were able to put down their pride. If someone stepped on the ground, they would also be able to pick it up. Soon, a burly middle-aged man with a scar on his face pushed open the door and entered. 4 or 5 waiters who liked to join in the fun gathered at the corner of the corridor. They were either acting as the banker or placing bets on how long the handsome lad could last. One of them, who was a gambling addict, seemed to have lost many times. This time, he gambled big and used all his money to bet that the young lad would be safe and sound. The banker was the waiter who had delivered the food to the room earlier. He accepted the 3 or 4 taels of silver with a smile on his face and could not close his mouth. Unexpectedly, before the money had even warmed up, he had to give back 7 or 8 taels of silver. It was actually from a restaurant that was slightly famous in the outer city. Master Lu had just entered when he walked out. The restaurant waiter who was acting as the banker immediately tugged at his sleeve and asked bitterly, "Master Lu, could it be that you have taken a fancy to that handsome lad's appearance, so you went easy on him? This humble one will have to work hard for half a year for nothing." The burly man, who had the aura of a bandit for many years, but still had some of the arrogance of a soldier, flew into a rage when he heard the waiter's words. He kicked the bastard who had added fuel to the fire and sent him crashing into the corridor wall. Fortunately, he had used a bit of strength, but it was still enough to make the waiter feel better. He half knelt on the ground and gasped for breath like a fish on land, unable to utter a single word. The burly man lowered his voice and said angrily, "Go easy on your mother. If your mother was in the room, this daddy would have made her unable to get out of bed for half a month." How could the waiter dare to refute him? He endured the pain and groaned softly. Compared to that kick, this kind of vulgar words couldn't be any lighter. In the western regions, what did this amount to? It couldn't even be considered an appetizer. Even people like them, who were born and raised in this city in their 20s and 30s, more or less knew some inside stories. 20 years ago, there were many men and women who were unable to survive here with their own abilities. It was unknown how many noble women and jade leaves had to entertain guests in the dimly lit private kills. The men who guarded the door and solicited business for them might be their fathers or even the men in charge of the household. Therefore, many old men now, when they were sunbathing and waiting for death, liked to take a stance and say similar things to young people like them. You young people are really born late. We are at the age where we are full of vigor and vitality, yet we have met a good age. Those women from the East, whether they are in their teens or 20s or in their 30s or 40s, are much more beautiful than the women you see on the streets today. Their skin is really like fine silk to the touch. Although they are always bashful and like to make people extinguish the oil lamp before doing it, otherwise they will ask for more money. But this is not a big deal, because when you really get on top of their bodies, you will know the pleasure. This kind of luck with women, you bunch of brats can forget about it. That man didn't pay attention to these young rascals whose eyes couldn't hold half a bowl of water, and directly left. Even though he was far away from that room, he still had lingering fear. He had some words that he didn't have the face to say. When he stepped over the threshold, he just glanced at that person and almost couldn't take another step forward. If that person didn't smile and didn't continue to make things difficult for him, he would have already retreated and raised the flag high. But when he took 7 or 8 steps forward, as if he was drinking milk, he was already drenched in sweat. No matter what, he was a brave man who had lived on the edge of a blade for 20 years, but he didn't dare to sit down. He only lightly cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb the young master." When the young master nodded and smiled, he finally had the energy to move and turn around. Otherwise, he would probably be standing there like a block of wood waiting for death. This man stood at the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor and stopped. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Liu Dei, was a brave man in the army of a fallen country in the spring and autumn period at a young age. After so many years, he didn't lose his skills. Even after coming to this ancient protectorate of the Western region, he still relied on luck to learn many unique skills from the Jianghu seniors who lived in seclusion here. How many times had he waded through blood and thrilling battles? Now, he even touched the threshold of Master Realm. Although he was at the bottom of the list of top 20 people in the outer city and didn't have a good ranking, he was still someone on the list. Could it be that it was really like what that old master said, that the so-called masters of the Western region, who lived behind closed doors, were too weak compared to the orthodox Jianghu of the Central Plains? They were thousands of miles away. Liu Dei fled to the Western region with his benefactor when he was 19 years old. In the past, he was also a soldier in the army and didn't have any thoughts about his homeland. As for the Jianghu of the Liang dynasty, he had never been involved. He always felt that this city was the capital of the Western region. To be able to stand out and make a career here, even if they were not inferior to the masters of the Central Plains, they were not much worse. He firmly believed that among the top 10 masters in the inner city, even if not all of them were on par with the so-called world martial arts master, there should be at least 2 or 3 of them who were qualified to be on the list. However, today, Liu Dei only met the young man face to face, and he suddenly realized that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. Chapter 1446. That young man, who looked like a son of an aristocratic family, really had a kind of momentum. His master, who was always serious, would only tell him about this mysterious realm with narrowed eyes when he was in the mood to drink some wine. He also said that a fight between masters was similar to the 4 ways of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse of a master doctor. Watching the rise and fall of a master's momentum was only the first step, and listening to the master's words was the second step. The next step was to report each other's names and backgrounds to determine whether they were going to fight to the death. Finally, they would not fight unless it was absolutely necessary. At that time, it would most likely be a miserable ending of life and death. Liu Dei did not take it seriously at first. After staying in the western regions for a long time, he was used to drawing his sword at the slightest disagreement. He was used to assassinations, interceptions, and fights where money could not be escaped. Why would he care about what sect or sect you were from? As long as someone's path to money was blocked, even if you were a king, you would have to suffer a blow. Men and women who made a living in the western regions, where no one cared about anything, did not care about life and death. Since they did not even care about life and death, why would they care whether you were a dragon crossing the river or a son of a rich family? If Liu Dei did not cherish the hard-earned martial arts realm and finally had the hope of becoming a grandmaster, he would have recruited dozens of heroes to block the door after today's setback. If he still suffered losses, he would have called the masters on the ranking list in the outer city. If the outer city could not do it, after all, there were the top bodhisattvas in the inner city who cultivated their qi all year round. The western regions had long understood that the western regions belonged to the people of the western regions. Putting internal strife aside, if outsiders wanted to defecate here, no matter how powerful they were in the Central Plains or in Beimang, they would have to pay obediently. Over the past 20 years, Liu Dei had seen a lot of people who had caused a lot of trouble to this big city, and he had even skinned their skin and pulled out their tendons. Just the number of people who died in the hands of him and his brothers were very difficult to deal with. Some died on the belly of a woman, and some were first injured by a knife in a child's sleeve, and then died in a fight with hundreds of people. Liu Dei thought for a moment, and finally suppressed the killing intent that rose in his heart. He waved his hand and called for a trustworthy waiter, and asked the kid to inform the manager of the restaurant that the young man in the B and E rooms could not be touched. The 16 or 17-year-old boy who had already killed people rarely saw Master Liu's gloomy face. He did not dare to act rashly, and hurriedly ran to pass on the military intelligence, not forgetting to glance back at Master Liu's stalwart back as he walked down the stairs. In the boy's heart, a man who seemed to be sitting among a pile of bones, drinking wine and enjoying beautiful women, was the most indomitable hero in the western regions. Other things aside, when Master Liu went to the high-class brothels to drink wine with prostitutes, the seductive women, who usually did not even look them in the eye, would always give a big discount when they received money from Master Liu. Even if they slept with Master Liu for free, they would not complain. It was said that they would often lie lazily on the bed and say, "Master Liu, come again." This was not a wild guess. Once, he was lucky enough to be taken by Master Liu to broaden his horizons. Although he sat outside the elder sister's room for an entire night and did not even dare to touch the small hand of the servant girl who was waiting outside the corridor with him. When Master Liu opened the door at dawn, he heard with his own ears that the elder sister used a tone that could make one's bones melt as she lazily said, "Master Liu, come again." Since then, The boy had been thinking about how to be half as capable as Master Lu in this lifetime before he was willing to close his eyes and die. With more than 100,000 people densely packed together, it would be a big city even in the Central Plains, let alone in the vast western regions that was even more desolate than Bailiang. You can't compare it to Grand Peace City, can you? After Su Fengnian finished his meal, night fell. He leaned on the windowsill and looked at the night view of the city filled with lights. There was no curfew in this city, and all the wealthy families in the western regions were gathered here. It had a natural quality of being free and unfettered. Naturally, Bailiang would not ignore such an important border area. Ever since his master, Li Yishan, was born, he was not satisfied with being restrained in the 3 provinces of Bailiang, according to the plan at that time. Not only the thousands of ambushing soldiers in Mount Qingcheng, but also the western regions, including the refugees in Liuzhou and even western Shu and Nanzhao, should have become the strategic depth after the smoke of war rose everywhere. In this way, the Bailiang cavalry's unrivaled field battle strength could be fully displayed. Western Shu would provide the infantry, Nanzhao would provide the soldiers, and the western regions, together with the 3 provinces of Bailiang, would become the strategic depth for the Su family's iron cavalry to gallop. This was the best strategic concept. This was also Su Fengnian's master, Li Yishan, truly full of brilliance. Unfortunately, even though Su Fengnian had successfully intercepted and killed Prince Zhao Kai, and that sick tiger at the Battle of Iron Gate Pass, the imperial court was still one step ahead. In the end, Su Fengnian was still unable to help his master fulfill his long-cherished wish. However, Su Fengnian could not be discouraged, nor could he break a broken jar. Therefore, he had Chao Wei's special army that secretly infiltrated the western regions. For this reason, he had paid the price of almost all the 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry being killed at the Battle of Calabash. In contrast, Su Fengnian had Lu Wenbao, the down-and-out scholar whom he had first met on the Spring God Lake, and then accepted from the Maui courier station in the capital, lurk in this city. He had even given him the identity of a second-class room owner in Fushui society, who was responsible for the coordination between Bailiang and Chao Wei's cavalry. For the time being, Su Fengnian did not want to meet Lu Wenbao, who had sneaked into the inner city, but had not yet gained a firm foothold. Things were different now. According to Fushui society, Su Fengnian's portrait had been placed on many desks all over the world. Su Fengnian smiled and touched his face. The news from Xiangfan City was not good. Xu Xiu, the girl who had left Mount Qingliang, should have turned her act into reality. She had shown signs of opposing Bailiang on the matter of Lu Su. However, she did not dare to openly offend Bailiang. According to the rules, she had to deal with Fushui society every half a month. She was respectful and cautious. The sky was high, and the emperor was far away. People's hearts were like ripples in the water. Su Fengnian was not too angry about this. He had no choice. When he was young, he always heard from his mother that the world was not peaceful. It was even more difficult for women to live in peace. Su Fengnian was too lazy to compete with a poor girl from Nanjiang. It was one thing for God, the Zhao family of Liang, and Bei Meng's army to compete with Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian believed that he was not so miserable that he needed to vent his anger on a girl. However, Xu Xiu was one thing. If the Han from Jizhou, whom he had supported, dared to betray Bailiang, it would cross Bailiang's bottom line. It would be the same as the horse gang leader Song Jiao, who secretly contacted Bei Meng's Taiping Order and Chun Jiebo. Currently, it was difficult for Su Fengnian to do many things as he wished. However, after killing the loyal martyr of Liang who had a dirty background, Su Fengnian did not have the slightest bit of soft-heartedness. At the beginning of the month, a crescent moon hung in the night sky. Su Fengnian could not sleep, so he simply sat on the roof of the restaurant with 2 pots of strong wine. He looked at the center of the inner city, the night scene at Little Nalanda, with a prayer wheel at the top of the mountain, was particularly splendid. Surrounding this small mountain, there were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It was a scene of luxury every night. For no reason, Su Fengnian remembered the verbal confrontation with Xia Guanyin that day. This scholar, who was ranked first in the Land Dynasty Immortal Painting, was not someone who only knew how to speak big words. Xia Guanying's words had indeed poked Su Fengnian's heart. That was after Su Xiao left Liaodong. He had been unhindered for half of his life. His real achievement during the spring and autumn period was that he had smashed the foundation of the powerful clans that, although the country is broken, the family is still there. He had broken the old rule that in times of peace, the aristocrats and the king ruled the world together. In times of chaos, the king changed, but not the head of the family. There were many tragedies in the spring and autumn period, but there were also many inside stories. Su Xiao, who was a pawn of Liang, was able to defeat the great Dechu. How could there not be some unspeakable things involved? At that time, after Su Xiao completed the encirclement and suppression of the Western Wall, how many aristocratic clans shamelessly bet on both sides? Otherwise, how could West Chu suddenly become one of the powerful officials in the imperial court? As for the southern Tang aristocratic clans secretly colluding with Gu Jiantang, the commander-in-chief of Liang's southern expedition, for the sake of their family's continued prosperity, it was even more uncountable. These inside stories that could not see the light of day, the common people who could only drift along with the general trend, would never know. Perhaps only hundreds or thousands of years later would this dusty past be brought up by the historians of later generations in the vast literature. The history books of the previous dynasty were always the servant girls and maids of the new dynasty who could apply rouge and splash dirty water at will. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Fengnian would certainly belong to the latter fate. Su Fengnian did not care, nor did he care whether the history books written in black and red in the history books thousands of years later would go down in infamy or go down in history. It was just like when he told the old stonecutter in the paradise of Lanyu not long ago that he would do his best. Su Fengnian was no longer the incarnation of Zhenwu Great Emperor, nor was he the reincarnation of the Great Qin dynasty's emperor. He was just Su Zhao's son. The historians of the Central Plains could scold Su Fengnian for being arrogant, but incompetent, losing the entrance to the Central Plains in the northwest, but they could not let the history books in just a few decades begin to scold the Su family of Bailiang, who originated from Liaodong, as slaves of 2 surnames. Since Su Xiao was gone, Su Fengnian could not let his father, who could not sleep well when he was alive, sleep well even after he died. In the end, Su Fengnian wanted to fight to the death with Bei Meng because of this selfishness. He wanted to leave a good reputation for Su Xiao in the history books and accumulate good karma for his parents, eldest sister, second sister, and Huang Manor. Su Fengnian took a sip of wine, raised his sleeve to wipe the corner of his mouth, but did not put it down. He smiled softly and said, "Su Xiao, as a father, you never ask for anything from your children, nor do you think that we have to have great achievements. But I'm a son who has never been filial. In the past, I only cared about going against you. I was so stingy that I only called you father a few times, for fear that my mother would be wronged if I called you father. In the future, you don't have to worry about it. Of course, you can't do anything about it. In the future, when people remember you, Su Xiao, and read about our Su family, some people will not follow the trend and sincerely say that the Su family of Liaodong, like a tiger roaring for 100 years, will not fall down even in death." Chapter 1447. A pair of black-clothed, masked people, with vaguely visible figures, were lying on the roof tiles on the other side. They poked their heads out to look at the figure and whispered. One of them took off his headscarf and reached out to fan his sweaty cheeks. He stuck out his tongue and complained with a frown, "Sister, is there something wrong with that guy's head? He's been sitting there in a daze for almost 4 hours. What if he ruins our plan? Should I go and kick him off the roof?" The other head that covered his face shook his head and didn't say anything. "Sister, that wine smells good. There's still half a pot left. I'm really hungry." After the person who spoke received a glare in return, he felt a bit aggrieved. He lowered his voice and muttered, "That old pervert surnamed Dong in the inner city is really a great spy that the Northern Mang has placed here. Grandpa Song and Old Master Huang are risking their lives to lure him here. There are already quite a few top-notch experts in charge of the assassination. We are actually just putting on a show. Don't tell me that we really have to go into battle. Old Dong is one of the top 3 masters in the inner city. Even if that old bastard escaped here with a broken arm and a broken leg, he can still kill us with one finger. My good sister, why bother? Even if you want me to die, you should let me walk on the road to hell drunk, so that I won't be afraid of Oxhead and Horseface." The other woman was really annoyed by these unlucky words. She took off her headscarf and said angrily, "Why are you cursing yourself? Damn girl, do you have nothing better to do?" The woman who had caused the trouble giggled and stretched out a slender finger to point at the back of the figure. The angry woman hurriedly shut her mouth and looked up with some regret. She was unlucky enough to be involved in this disaster. Most likely, it would be difficult for her to see the sun tomorrow. Since she had such leisure time, she could have admired the moon anywhere in this big city. Why did she have to come to the roof of this unscrupulous restaurant to mourn for the passing of the spring and the passing of the autumn? Wasn't it an undeserved disaster? She sighed softly. In this city, if a few nameless pawns died, it would be a pity. No matter how hard-hearted a person was, their heart would have long been broken. Over the years, she had seen too many dead people. Even someone as soft-hearted as her was somewhat numb. She turned around and lay quietly on the cold tiles, closing her eyes to rest. It was no wonder that the old man surnamed Dong in the inner city could gather such a large family in just 10 years. He had 500 to 600 elite cavalrymen nicknamed Black Crow, who specialized in assassinations in the city. Most of them were the lackeys of the Dong family. It turned out that his real identity was a very important spy leader in Baimeng, Gusai State. How could Grandpa Song, who had always been a good man, not be so angry that he wanted to kill? Although Grandpa Song regarded the Sioux family in Bailiang as his enemy, he had always hated the Baimeng barbarians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the western regions back then. Instead, he would have followed a large number of people into Baimeng. Uncle Lu and the others often joked that with Grandpa Song's skills and reputation, if he really went to Shijing, he would be a noble in the Yi family. 7 years ago, they were still ignorant little girls. They only knew that Grandpa Song had made a deal with the Dong family's assassins. He had spent all his savings to hire them to go to a place called Qingliang Mountain in Bailiang to kill a young man surnamed Su from the Liang family. Grandpa Song had gone with them at that time, but for some reason he had been quiet for several years after he came back. It was also at that time that the rumor of Old Song, the drunkard in the outer city, spread. Their younger sister always said that her addiction to alcohol and her tolerance for alcohol were because of Grandpa Song's smell of alcohol, not because she was greedy. This time, if Grandpa Song hadn't insisted on going against the Dong family, the giant in the inner city, Uncle Lu, and the others wouldn't have been willing to break this peaceful life that they had earned by enduring humiliation and working hard for more than 10 years. No one doubted that the Dong family's assassins were the real assassins in the world. There was once a second-rate assassin of the Dong family who had spent as long as half a year to kill a first-rate master in the outer city who had a personal grudge against him. It was said that the master was almost driven crazy before he died. The Dong family's various ways of training assassins were enough to make an outsider's hair stand on end. The Dong family's assassins also had endless killing methods. The reason for tonight's ending was that an ambitious young man had appeared beside the old thief of the Dong family. She had seen him from afar last year. She couldn't see clearly if he had the horizontal double pupils that Uncle Lou had mentioned. But at first glance, the young man was indeed very elegant. Her twin sister often talked about him, although she gnashed her teeth like a little tigress who couldn't wait to eat his flesh every time. She and her sister had a telepathic connection. How could she not know the terrible signs that shouldn't have arisen? Which woman in the world would have such a special look in her eyes when a man was mentioned? She suddenly opened her eyes and grasped the long and narrow saber at her waist. She arched her back and was ready to attack. Her sister was only half a beat slower than her. She also grasped the hilt of her sword. When they were young, they looked like they were made from the same mold. When they grew up, it was difficult to distinguish them. Sometimes they could even fool Uncle Lou and the others. However, their temperaments were completely different. She practiced with the saber, while her sister practiced with the sword. She liked to be quiet, while her sister was active. Therefore, in the path of martial arts, although her sister was more talented, their master said that she was better at killing enemies. Grandpa Song, who was ranked 6th on the master list in the outer city, and Master Huang, who was ranked 12th on the master list, both said that they were now close to becoming third-grade martial artists. In the future, they would have a chance to become second-grade master. In this city, there was no such thing as third grade, second grade, master, or great master. Ever since the sisters could remember, they had only regarded this city as a novel encouragement from the elders. She suddenly widened her eyes and almost shed tears. Then a tall figure with sleeves as big as birds' wings moved like lightning. He swept across the roofs with an unstoppable momentum. He paused not far away and knocked down an elder that they were extremely familiar with from the roofs with one move. Then he rushed over and his thunderous laughter rang in their ears. Drunkard Song, Cripple Huang, you dare to assassinate this old man? This old man is the ancestor of the 3,000 assassins on the ground of the western regions. Tonight, this old man will make an exception and not do his old job. He will kill his way here openly, so that you brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth will know what it means to strike a stone with an egg. By the way, where is the little girl who is known as the Twin Jade, annulus of the western regions, hiding? Hurry up and show yourself, so that I can teach you that you are still vigorous despite your age. What enemy? After experiencing this old man's meticulous training of women, I will make you call this old man husband on your own within a month. As the hoarse voice resounded through the night sky, they could clearly hear the tremors of the street caused by the hooves of the armored cavalry. In their field of vision, there were no less than 100 bat-like figures following the burly old man. She clenched the hilt of her saber, her face pale. Didn't Grandpa Song say that tonight's assassination would definitely not alarm the Dong family's assassins and cavalry? Moreover, the inner and outer cities had always minded their own business. The Dong family had clearly crossed the line and broken the rules by mobilizing all of their forces. Weren't they afraid that the intertwined forces in the inner and outer cities would unite and attack them tomorrow? The Dong family, which was a colossus in the outer city, was not even as powerful as the king of hell Sima and the god of fortune Li, let alone monopolizing the inner city. Even a new force that had recently risen in the inner city showed signs of replacing the Dong family, whose assassin business had been declining in recent years. The burly old man who was rushing over naturally saw an eyesore lying on the roof of the restaurant, pretending to be dead. He couldn't stop laughing. How could there be such an idiot in the world who was waiting to be killed? He didn't stop pouncing forward. He took a step forward and was about to land on the head of the guy who thought he was smart. He was sure to stomp the head into pieces. The black-clothed woman who was holding the saber knew that she couldn't escape death. She didn't know why, but at this critical moment where she couldn't even protect herself, she jumped over the roof ridge and ran along the slanted roof. Just as the old thief of the Dong family was about to step on the stranger's head, she suddenly stopped and grabbed the young drunkard's collar. She suddenly slid backward, causing the tiles on the man's back to clatter. In the night sky, the sound was particularly ear-piercing, especially when she was exhausted and had to stop near the towering roof ridge. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the guy didn't forget to hold a wine pot in his hand. She couldn't wait to throw this bastard who wanted wine more than his life to that old bastard of the Dong family. Chapter 1448. The old man from the Dong family was not angry at all. If he really wanted to kill that young man, how could that little girl pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth with her sloppy skills? The old man was in a good mood because he had finally caught the twin jade, annulus of the western region. He was happy to play with them for a while longer. Just as many outsiders said, the rules of this city were very strict. Even with the support of Bei Mang's Shijing, he was only one of the 3 surnames in the inner city. The Sima family of West Chu and the Li family of Southern Tang had always been above his Dong family. However, after tonight, the king of hell, Sima Zhen, had gone to see the king of hell. Then it would no longer be a tripartite balance of power, but a confrontation between 2 powers to divide the inner and outer city. As for Drunkard Song and Cripple Huang, they were all small catalysts for this turbulence. They were nothing more than a smokescreen to deceive the Sima family. He had worked cautiously and conscientiously for more than 10 years, but still failed to achieve this result. He had to admit that it was all thanks to that young man from Bei Mang. Whether it was the young man's background or his skills, no matter how many years Dong Tiling had looked down on the heroes of the city, he could only endure his temper and obediently work as an assistant for that person. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told that person to have such a good father? Dong Tiling couldn't possibly go dig his own father out of his coffin and challenge that person, could he? Of course, if that could make him look like that young man, Dong Tiling really didn't mind digging out his old man's bones. He had lived in this city for a long time in the western region. He had long since gotten used to not recognizing anyone. For example, he was now staring at that pair of beautiful women in their prime. Although the old man couldn't tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister, he knew that it was one of them who had betrayed everyone together with her cultured and refined Uncle Lu. She couldn't be blamed for anything. Who told her to be blind and fall in love with that young and rich man whose father had a seat in the Bei Mang royal court. She was even more blinded to think that she could fly together with her lover. As for that one surnamed Lu, he was even less of a surprise. 6 years ago, he had tactfully sought refuge with the Bei Mang Zhu Yun. Otherwise, how could Dong Tiling think so highly of him? How could he have shared the bed with so many beautiful courtesans in the inner city as his brother-in-law? The old man's lustful eyes swept over them, and he said with a sinister smile, "May I ask which one of you is called Yen Yen?" "Oh, right, it's Yen as in swallow, not Yen as in wild goose. Your lover asked this old man to pass a message to you. He said that he was sorry for your devotion and was too ashamed to see you, so he asked me to serve you and your sister." The old man laughed and said, "Of course, This old man added the second half of the sentence. But that's what your lover meant. The woman who had already pulled out her long and narrow saber slowly turned her head and stared blankly at her sister, who had thrown away the long sword in her hand. Her sister, Yen Yen, was so heartbroken that she couldn't say any harsh words. She could only sob and say, "Why are you so stupid, so stupid?" The old man enjoyed this kind of drama where family members turned against each other. He was really satisfied from head to toe, as if he had enjoyed this pair of twin jade, annulus of the West, who were like a couple in a painting. Therefore, the old man, who was in no hurry to kidnap them, returned to the luxurious mansion in the inner city that was comparable to that of the nobles in the Central Plains. At Dong Teeling's age, his knowledge of the matters between men and women was incomparable to those rash young men. One must know that Dong Teeling claimed to be a land immortal in bed. How many chaste women initially tried to kill themselves, and then they wanted to die? In the end, they gave up all their shame and became the plaything of this old man. Yen Yen, who was in a daze, looked at her sister, Yen Yen. She actually smiled and shook her head gently. "Sister, that won't happen. Wang Lang won't let me down. Wang Lang promised to marry me, and he will find the most outstanding man in the world for you to marry. He also said that he will take us away from this place where people are killed and dying every day. He will take us to see the small bridges and flowing water in Jiangnan, the moonlight in Tai and City, the sandstorm in western Beiliang region, the tide in Guangling River, the rising sun in eastern seas, Marshall Emperor City. Sister, I will take you to see him now, okay? He will definitely nod his head." Yen Yen smiled miserably and said with an ice-cold tone, "Yen Yen, you are really crazy. You have been crazy ever since you saw that person." Yen Yen's expression was malevolent as she shouted, "I didn't." Dong Teeling looked at this scene and was really pleasing to the eyes. He extended his thumb and wiped the corner of his mouth. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Yen Yen or Yen Yen, don't be anxious. I, Dong Teeling, have plenty of ways to make you happy. The two of you don't have to seek death like this. When the time comes, you will know that there is such a beautiful thing in the world that even the immortals in the heavens would be envious of. You are not even 20 years old yet. This old man likes the new, but he doesn't dislike the old. Ordinary men don't know the taste of a 40-year-old woman, but this old man is willing to endure it. At the very least, you will have more than 20 years of good fortune." At this moment, when one side was extremely happy and the other side was extremely miserable, an extremely untimely and pleasant voice sounded. "You are Dong Teeling? Then do you know that there is a woman called Xianyuan Qingfeng in the Central Plains who will come to the western regions to torture and kill you one day?" Dong Teeling was stunned for a moment. Although the old man who was an ancestor of killers in the western regions had been secretly paying attention to this young drunkard after carefully sizing him up and probing his qi, he concluded that this person was just a nobody without the strength to truss a chicken. Otherwise, how could this person be a level 1 expert at such a young age? The majestic city of the western regions under his feet had a long history of more than 200 years after losing the name of the protectorate of the western regions. Not to mention the people who passed by and the monks of Mount Lantuo. The number of martial arts great masters who lived here all year round could be counted with 2 hands. Now, they were even rarer. Only Li Kaishan, who was extremely rich in the inner city, was secretly hiding one. According to his speculation, this person should be Zhao Go of Liang, who was plotting something big in the western regions and didn't hesitate to conceal his identity. If it weren't for this person adding fuel to the fire, the Li family wouldn't have violated the rules and chosen to stand by and watch, allowing the young man from Beimeng to help the Dong family deal with the Sima family. Dong Teeling was not a remnant of the Central Plains who closed their doors and pretended to be deaf and mute because of their own reasons, nor was he an ignorant person who had never left the western regions in his life. Dong Teeling had naturally heard of the woman in purple who was in the limelight on Lake Liang. As for why the young man in front of him brought up the real expert, Dong Teeling took it as a childish trick to use the tiger's skin as a banner to scare him, the devil of the western regions, who killed people like scything flax. The old man was very patient with the twin jade, annulus of the western regions, but the old man who wasn't interested in men had no patience with the handsome drunkard who was about to die. With a strong killing intent, he sneered and said, "What? Are you familiar with the chief of the Wulian Alliance of the Central Plains? Brat, this old man will say it right here. If you are Xianyuan Qingfeng's lover, this old man will make you the most honored guest of the Dong family in the inner city." At this point, the old man's smile didn't fade. Suddenly, he roared, "Unfortunately, you're not." Dong Teeling was the third strongest expert in the inner city and was an invincible existence in the eyes of the people of the western regions. Under his angry roar, the old man's sleeves fluttered, and his chi leaked out madly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that ordinary people would be torn apart on the spot under his roar. For example, the sisters Yen Yen and Yen Yen were so intimidated that they staggered and their chi and blood surged. The younger sister, who had already lost her soul, was bleeding from her 7 orifices and looked extremely dismal. Yen Yen was slightly better. As if she was facing a great enemy, she had already guarded her mind and was still determined to fight to the death. However, she wasn't having a good time either. She almost couldn't hold the hilt of her sword. Only that young man who popped out of nowhere was still sitting in the seat that Yen Yen had pulled over, as if nothing had happened. Dong Teeling was indeed the winner, who had stood among piles of corpses countless times. Without any hesitation, he charged forward as fast as lightning. Yen Yen grabbed the drunkard's collar again, thinking that she should at least throw him off the roof first. As for whether he would break his legs or be surrounded by the Dong family's assassins, she thought that it would be better than watching him get smashed in the head by old Crook Dong. However, what happened next was beyond her imagination. She wasn't able to throw that guy off the restaurant. And Dong Teeling, who was revered by the entire city like an invincible god, ran away after pretending to charge forward, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Did he just run away for no reason? Yen Yan's eyes widened as she looked around. After confirming that Dong Teeling had really disappeared, she still couldn't believe it, just like how her younger sister, Yen Yen, couldn't believe that her lover would betray her. Although Yen Yen had only seen the sparring between Grandpa Song and Teacher Huang, she had never seen the sparring between real masters. Even if they didn't fight for 800 rounds, they wouldn't be like old thief Dong, who would just bluff and run away, right? Su Fengnian, who had been watching with folded arms, stood up with a wine pot in his hand. He looked at his dazed sister and asked, "That lover of yours who made you pledge your life to him, other than his surname being Wang, do you know what his name is?" Yen Yen laughed as if she had lost her mind. "Who do you think you are to know Wang Lang's name?" Su Fengnian didn't seem to make any movements, but this beautiful young woman spun in the air and then fell solidly on the street outside the restaurant. She probably fainted completely and didn't make any more movements. Chapter 1449. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at Yen Yen, who was holding the hilt of her saber and pointing it at him. His eyes were complicated and filled with emotion. For a moment, he was speechless. He thought of Murong Wuzhu and Murong Tong Huang, who were in a miserable situation. He also thought of the filthy Shishan crown prince, Su Su, and this old man's son, Zhao Dingxiu. Su Fengnian sighed and looked at a roof about half a li away from him. Dong Teeling, who could be considered an ambitious and ruthless person in the western regions, knew the severity of the matter, but he was unwilling to let it go. The old fox, who was extremely sensitive to danger, began to give orders to his trusted subordinates. He probably wanted to test the waters with the Dong family's killers on the roof and the Dong family's elite cavalry on the street. If it weren't for Chao Wei's cavalry, Su Fengnian wouldn't have had much of an impression of this strategic town used by the great Feng Emperor to show off his achievements. He only knew that in the early years, many killers and assassins from Mount Qingliang used this place as a place to rest and catch their breath. As for Xianyuan Qingfeng saying that he wanted to torture and kill the lecherous Dong Tiling, Su Fengnian really wasn't trying to find something to talk about. Back then, that woman hadn't been with him and Northern Liang on the surface and had indeed inadvertently mentioned this matter. However, at that time, she still had a favor to ask of him, Su Fengnian, and she hadn't become the Wulin Alliance chief. Perhaps at that time, even she didn't dare to believe that she would one day ascend to the great celestial state. His impression of this big city in the western regions under his feet was truly vivid. After Chao Wei's cavalry quietly went to the western regions, especially Lu Wenbao, who was in dire straits in Shangyin Academy and still did not dare to return to his hometown, entered the city. The Wishui Society, which used to stay in the outer city, also began to increase its infiltration. Su Fengnian learned some things from the spy on his desk. For example, there were a few orphans of the later Sui royal family hidden here. However, compared to Su Su, the only child of Xishan crown prince, the three siblings' bloodline was much inferior. Even if the remnants of later Sui wanted to start a rebellion, he probably would not have the face to talk about the three children. Although the western regions was big and Chao Wei's cavalry was not eye-catching, Su Fengnian and the Wishui Society still did not dare to let their guard down. In order to attract the attention of the western regions, Su Fengnian remotely controlled the western regions to do a series of good shows. First, he let the female bodhisattva, who was dressed in white, return to Mount Lantual with great fanfare. Then, he let Lu Wenbao stir up trouble in this city. He even spread the word in the western regions that Wang Xianji's disciple was going to be the king here and build another Wushuang city in the desert. One of the Dong family's assassins swept past the nearby eaves and slashed down without any hesitation. Su Fengnian did not have any intention of shocking everyone here, and he did not want to expose his strength like this. After all, he was going to stay in the city for a long time. Therefore, he started to fight with the assassin. Both sides fought very well. After all, it was not easy for him to kill the assassin with one punch. After all, the other assassins of the Dong family were not second-level master like Dong Tiling. When they saw the hope of killing someone, although their intuition told them that it was not that simple, they still rushed forward. Su Fengnian did not reject any of them and killed them one by one. During this period of time, the Dong family's cavalry on the street did not differentiate between friend and foe and shot at the two people on the roof. However, they were all narrowly dodged by a hair's breadth. This scene made Dong Tiling so angry that he almost spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He had seen many people pretending to be top experts, but where did this cunning bastard who was afraid that others would not know that he was an ordinary expert come from? After losing more than 40 lives, the old man finally felt the pain. He did not want to add more feet to a snake and ruin the great plan that the young man with the surname Wang had personally set up in the western region. He clenched his teeth and gave an order. The Dong family's men, who were invincible in the battle tonight, immediately retreated. The moment he turned around and rushed towards the inner city with his back facing the roof, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The old man seemed to be able to clearly feel the young drunkard's gaze. Dong Tiling was very sure that even if this person was not a first-level expert of the younger generation in Liyang, his cultivation level was definitely not far off. Just when Dong Tiling thought that he was out of danger, someone beside him walked side by side and said to him in the most authentic Gusai, Zhou accent, "Pass a message to the master behind you. If he still wants to play, Tai Mudi, have learned a few new sword techniques in Bailiang." Dong Tiling did not dare to slow down his pace. Fortunately, he did not see that person's figure in the next moment. Yen only felt a blur in front of her eyes. After blinking her eyes, the young man from the outer city, who she thought was a drunkard, was still standing in front of her without moving an inch. Then she saw that person use his hand to wipe his face. In an instant, his face changed into a slightly stiff and old-fashioned one, like a ghost wearing human skin to travel in the world of the living at night. However, as his finger gently brushed across his face, he quickly looked like a living person. Yen was so scared that she took a few steps back. Su Fengnian had learned a little from Xu Xiu's process of making a face. Compared to Xu Xiu's 2 realms of rooting and enigmatic, it was much worse. However, it was not difficult to fool ordinary people in the night. Su Fengnian did not mind revealing this little bit of his foundation in front of this woman. However, if her sister was present, Su Fengnian would be more careful. He smiled at her, as if she had seen a ghost, and said softly, "You're just going to let your sister lie on the street like a corpse? I guess you two don't have a safe place to go for the time being. So, you might as well take her back to the roof before the Dong family sends someone to identify me. Since you've risked your life to save me twice, I'll make sure you and your sister are safe before daybreak. As for what you'll do after daybreak, it's up to you whether you want to stay in the city and wait for death, or run for your lives outside the city." The woman carefully looked at Su Fengnian's shadow. It seemed that he was really not a wandering ghost. Only then did she feel relieved. She gently jumped down from the roof and carried her sister back. She sat cross-legged and gently hugged her sister. Slowly, she could not help but bite her lips and sob. Her eyes were originally watery, but at this moment they were even more misty. She not only felt resentment and pain from being betrayed by her close relatives, but also pity and misery for her relatives. Suddenly, she noticed that the strange person was sitting not far away from her, gently sipping his wine. Then, on the street directly facing this restaurant, under the clear moonlight, she saw 7 or 8 extremely valiant squires appear in the distance. They were guarding a young man in brocade clothes and a marten coat, like stars surrounding the moon. Yen was furious. She wanted to jump down and kill the devil who caused her sister to fall into the abyss. Compared to the drunkard who changed his face, the person on the street was more like a malicious ghost in human skin. Su Fengnian said softly, "Lend me your sword." Without waiting for Yen to answer, her sister's sword flew out of its sheath and into the man's hand. He placed the sword across his knees. The man on the street stopped his horse 200 steps away. He raised his head and asked loudly, "Tai Mu Dui, may I ask what happened to that Mr. Lu Fu?" Su Fengnian did not say anything. He gently grasped the sword hilt. The wind blew across the border town, and the whimpering of the horns sounded. The man snorted coldly, turned his horse around, and left. Su Fengnian looked at the gradually disappearing figures. He was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to meet an acquaintance here. This was precisely the extravagant youth from northern Mang who casually gave away a 6-snake wall wandering jade pendant, the young talent of the Ghost Sword School, Wang Weishue. However, his other identity was even more worth pondering. He was the only son of northern Mang's Aquarius Province's magistrate, Wang Yong. This guy actually came to the western regions to stir up trouble. Su Fengnian's face darkened. if it was said that Wang Weishue was worried about the safety of the seniors from the chess, sword, and music school, or that he wanted to obtain some unorthodox achievements in the Battle of Liangmang, that was why he stirred up trouble in this city, Su Fengyan wasn't worried about anything. However, if it was said that Northern Mang's spies had inadvertently discovered traces of Chao Wei's cavalry, then Su Fengyan could only go against his agreement with Tantai Pingjing. Su Fengyan stretched out his finger and touched the sword. The sword flew back to the sheath beside Yen. He asked softly, "He is the person your sister likes? When did he come to the city?" Yen steadied her mind and tried to make her tone as calm as possible. "The first time I saw him was last spring. As for when he entered the city, I don't know." Su Fengyan breathed a sigh of relief. Things had not reached the worst point. At that time, Chao Wei's cavalry had yet to set out for the western regions. As for whether Wang Weishue, the second generation of the Northern Mang with an extremely thick thigh, had sensed the cavalry's movements, he should have also come for the western region's monk soldiers. Su Fengyan was no stranger to Mount Lantua. It was normal for mountains to stand in great numbers there. However, among those withered old monks who had spoken in front of him at that time, there were a few who did not seem to have a Buddhist aura. Instead, they were rather angry. Su Fengyan could personally go to the mountain to draw a big pie for the western regions. Naturally, Bei Meng could foresee this and secretly undermine him. They could even draw an even bigger pie for Mount Lantua. Who didn't know how to raise the price? As long as he could make Beiliang suffer, Bei Meng would probably be happy to let Mount Lantua wait for the best price. At worst, he could just let this matter drag on. For Bei Meng, there would be no loss. Otherwise, he could kill Wang Weishue while he was at it, and use the excuse of borrowing troops from Mount Lantua to uproot the Dong family. At worst, he could just follow Tuoba Bodhisattva, who had smelled the fishy smell, and have a 1,000-mile battle in the western regions. Su Fengyan closed his eyes and weighed the pros and cons. Yen was silent for a long time. Finally, she asked, "Young master, are you from the Central Plains?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "My ancestral home is Jianzhou, Liaodong. I am not from the Central Plains." Chapter 1450. Yen was not the kind of woman who was smooth and slick when it came to socializing with people. For a moment, she did not know how to continue the conversation. However, when she thought of the bleak future that would await her and her younger sister after daybreak, she found it difficult to breathe. She only wanted to distract herself and casually talk to the person who had mysteriously appeared here and acted unpredictably. Only by doing so could she not collapse. Su Fengyan looked into the distance and sighed with emotion. He said softly with a bit of self-mockery, "I used to know a woman who left home to wander the Jianghu. Just like you, she also had a chivalrous heart. I once went with her to Bei Meng and watched her suffer a lot. I even told her some boring truths about fortune and misfortune. She was also stubborn. In the end, I helped her a little, but now I can't be sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing for her." Su Fengyan turned his head and smiled. "Don't worry, I've changed my mind. As long as I'm in the city, you'll be safe. As for the reason, there really is one, and that is this Jianghu. Without true heroines like you, even if there are as many experts as the clouds, how boring would it be?" Then Su Fengyan said bitterly, "There aren't many old people in this Jianghu anymore." Yen stared at him with clear eyes. Su Fengyan suddenly laughed and asked, "What, do you think I'm the same kind of trash as that old pervert Dong? That I'm actually drooling over you sister's beauty? The only difference is that old man likes to use force, while I like to play tricks. Fine, I admit that you've seen through me. You've just escaped from the wolf pack and entered the tiger's den. Why are you crying?" Yen smiled sweetly like a pear blossom in the rain. She shook her head and said, "I know that you're not that kind of person." Su Fengnian leaned back and lay down. "Let's talk about the city. You can choose the interesting things to talk about, such as that little rotten Tua mountain." Her voice became lighter, and the sorrow on her face faded a little. It was not the kind of joy that came from seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, but the kind of complete acceptance of fate. She knew that the person beside her, whose surname she did not even know, did not have any dirty thoughts. However, she also knew that he was just a passerby in this city, or rather, the place where they grew up. However, she still went along with his words. "Young master, you may have heard that there is a prayer wheel on the mountain that no one has ever been able to turn, but you may not know that there is actually an old monk at the foot of the mountain who is nicknamed Zen Master Chicken Soup. He is very interesting. He is not from the western regions, but a foreign monk who recites the Zen Dharma of the Central Plains. If someone goes to the cottage to ask about Zen, the old monk will definitely invite them to eat a pot of fragrant chicken soup. He will not drink it himself, but watch others drink it." Su Fengnian said softly, "In the Central Plains, there is a branch of Zen Buddhism that indeed has this practice of begging the world with alms bowls. They call themselves beggars and only ask for the word truth. A bowl of rice from 1,000 families, traveling 10,000 miles alone, and in the end, this old monk came to the western regions and cooked chicken soup for people to drink. However, I am very curious. Who killed the chicken used to cook the soup?" She was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, "How would I know? I have never thought about this question." Su Fengnian joked, "Miss, you don't seem to have any Buddhist nature. Even if you really meet the monk chicken soup, you will inevitably be called a fool. Perhaps you won't even be able to drink the chicken soup." She was speechless. Su Fengnian smiled and tried to remedy the situation. "Then, are there any famous anecdotes that have spread to the outer city where you are?" She nodded and said, "Of course. I heard that many years ago there was a big horse bandit who killed without batting an eyelid. He swaggered into the inner city and drank the old monk's chicken soup. He asked if such a person could also become a Buddha. The old monk said of course, as long as he put down the butcher's knife. That horse bandit, who started by killing people, laughed and said that he never used a knife to kill people because he thought it was troublesome. He always used both hands to kill his enemies. What kind of butcher's knife did he have? Guess what the old monk said? He said, pick up the butcher's knife first and then put it down. Guess what? Many years later, that horse bandit really brought a knife back to the foot of the mountain and threw it away in front of the old monk. He cried and said that he wanted to put it down. Later, that horse bandit, who was more than 50 years old, picked up the knife again, shaved his head and put it down. From then on, he became a monk by the old monk's side and devoted himself to Buddha. Su Fengnian said softly, he put down this and that, this side and that side, this shore and that shore, this life and that life. He really did put it down. She said in surprise, young master, you really believe in this matter. In fact, even I don't really believe it. That guy who was getting more and more difficult to understand didn't say anything, so she continued, I also heard that the old monk liked to sing a song called Falling Lotus Flower. The song didn't have a name at first, but there were more than 100 lyrics. Half of them were Falling Lotus Flower. That's why the inner and outer cities gave it the name Falling Lotus Flower. Then someone went to drink the chicken soup and asked the old monk if the falling lotus flower had fallen since he had been practicing Zen for decades. The old monk regretfully told the visitor, who seemed to be deliberately making things difficult, that the lotus flower in his heart hadn't fallen, but when it finally fell one day, he would be able to practice Zen, and then he would no longer cook the chicken soup. The latest interesting news in the outer city was that there was a foreigner who broke into the inner city and reached the foot of the mountain. He didn't drink the chicken soup, and only asked the old monk if he was the same as his master, a celestial being in the world. It was very strange. She talked to herself, and didn't notice that the young master's face became gloomy and uncertain after hearing the last part. She also didn't notice that there was an empty-handed man on the roof. Su Fengnian sat up and didn't look at the person who abandoned his sword and carried the corpse to a mountain in the western region. That person sneered and said, "Now, I know that you are really smart. My master defeated him, and you defeated my master. It should be your turn to be suppressed by the newcomer, so you would rather not be the most powerful person in the world. You simply gave up your own fate and became one of the more stable for great grandmasters." Su Fengnian smiled faintly and said, "You are wrong about one thing. Back then, your master didn't defeat him, and I also didn't defeat your master. The two of them just didn't care about the Jianghu they were in, or the Jianghu in the eyes of outsiders. The truth is just as you think, not to mention the level of cultivation, just based on the strength of combat power. Your master could even fight Ancestor Lu 800 years ago. Even if the 9 people of Wu Ping joined forces to fight, your master could still kill whoever he wanted. This is the true ultimate of martial arts. As for what your master was thinking at that time, you can think about it yourself. When you understand it, one day you can take back the Bodhisattva barbarian sword and take revenge on me." One of Wang Xianji's disciples, the dull man, martial emperor Lu Huang, said in a deep voice, "I want to take away the child called you Dilong." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "Even if I am willing, he won't go with you. Moreover, instead of relying on others, it's better to rely on yourself." Lu Huang was silent for a moment and said calmly, "I can't defeat you." Chapter 1451. Su Fengnian laughed, "Then you can only wait for me to die. As for whether you stay in the western regions or go to Beiliang, it's up to you. As long as you don't rely on Beimeng, I don't care." Lu Huang, who was originally staying in this city, disappeared in a flash. Su Fengnian was silent. In the 100 years of Jianghu, there were only 2 people in the same era who reached the peak one after the other. They could be considered to be on top of a mountain with no one around them. Li Chungang felt that he had lost. Wang Xianji felt that she had won. Therefore, Li Chungang went down the mountain freely. Wang Xianji went up to the sky proudly. They were both great romances that would not appear in Jianghu for the next 100 years or even 1,000 years. However, great romances in Jianghu could be encountered, but not sought. People in Jianghu could not be without chivalry. It was like this 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years later. At this moment, Yan Yan, who still did not know and would not know in the future that she was a noble but could only wander around the city, subconsciously stroked her sister's hair and asked curiously, "Gongzi, are you also here to seek revenge?" Su Fengnian glanced at her, shook his head, and laughed. "My enemy is not here, but there are indeed many people here who see me as an enemy. Maybe one of your elders is like this." Yan Yan did not take it seriously, only said miserably, "Grandpa's song and the others who should have enjoyed their old age are all dead. The elder who should have died the most will have a good life in the future." Su Fengnian laughed. "This is like some people who are clearly awake but are actually sleeping like a dead person." Yan Yan did not lower her head and did not look at her sister, who was awake but pretending to be asleep. Her clothes were soaked by Yan Yan's tears. Su Fengnian didn't look at the infatuated girl who had been slapped down the building by him. "Yan Yan, take her and leave this place. Go out and take a look. Go around the chaos of Beiliang and go to Shishu to see the Sea of Bamboos. Then go along the Guangling River to Jiangnan of the Central Plains. Then go north to Nanjiang. Finally, when the world is no longer at war, you can go to the biggest city in the world. When someone feels that he has really let down those old people, you can come back here and kowtow to their graves. Yen Yen sat there and nodded heavily. Thank you, young master. It's a pity that I can't repay you. Su Fengnian looked at her and said with a gentle smile, You can repay me. In the future, if you accidentally become a heroine or fairy that countless Jianghu heroes admire, you can mention that it was a Bailiang barbarian with the surname Su who persuaded you to enter Jianghu. If you can say one more thing, that guy is much more handsome than all of you, then it will be perfect. Yen Yen was suddenly speechless, and her face turned slightly red. She was pregnant with her sister, who had caused a great disaster. She looked coldly at this strange man, whose words were sometimes solemn and sometimes frivolous. To her, all men in the world were heartless and could be killed. But when she saw Su Fengnian raise his hand, she immediately shrank her head and hid in her sister's arms. A lover's heartache was heartache, and this bastard slap was heartache. Both were very painful. Ah, Su Fengnian sneered. I knew it would be impossible to reason with a woman like you. You only remember to hit, but not to remember. But there are also benefits to having no conscience. In the future, when you go to Liang Lake, help your sister be more careful. When you're inexperienced, thinking the worst of people isn't a good thing, but it's not a bad thing in the end. The two sisters didn't know what this Bailiang man with the surname Su did. That unsmiling but dignified middle-aged man came back. Lu Huang frowned. Su Fengnian wasn't polite to him. You, Grumyu, Linya, and the others are actually the same as them. When you go out of the city, you can be considered to have truly entered Jianghu. If you stay in that city of Donghai for the rest of your life, it will be difficult for you to have great achievements. If it was any other Jianghu person who said this, Lu Huang, who had already entered the great master realm, would snort disdainfully. Even the other martial arts experts were no exception. But when it came from the mouth of this young man in front of him, even if he was extremely unwilling, Lu Huang had to think deeply. Lu Huang didn't shake his head and nodded. He looked at those pitiful people and took the lead to lightly jump down from the roof, landing on the street without any movement. Yen let go of her sister and deeply bowed to the mysterious young master she met by chance. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lips, unable to speak. Yen looked at her sister with a complicated expression, and then glanced at the drunkard whose back she only saw last night. She jumped down before her sister and walked to Lu Huang's side and stopped. Unknowingly, the sky was about to brighten. When Yen finally couldn't say anything to say goodbye, she could only turn her head and look at the slender figure who was still standing on the roof. Yen angrily whispered, "He looks so mediocre. What's there to look at?" Yen didn't pay attention to her sister. After turning her head, she let out a long breath. She didn't know why, but she felt that from today onwards, no matter how far she walked, she wouldn't be able to walk out of that roof. She couldn't help but turn her head again and see that seemingly lonely figure waving at the three of them. Lu Huang slowly walked forward with a straight face. In his mind, a prophecy that the old monk at the foot of the mountain accidentally said appeared. The fierce tiger of Liaodong roared and killed the central plains. The northwest sky wolf lay alone on the big hill. But at that time, the old monk looked at the cold chicken soup in front of Lu Huang and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, sad and happy, "It's cold." Lu Huang was really annoyed with the old monk's sticky words and couldn't help but ask, pretending to be mysterious, "If it's cold, then it's cold. Don't you know how to heat it up?" The old monk slapped his thigh and laughed. Time and place are not as good as people, and that's right. After Lu Huang left the city, he looked back at the city wall almost at the same time as Yen and Yen. The three of them didn't know that in the city there was an old monk running around with an alms bowl full of fragrance. He went straight to the restaurant, jumped up and rushed to Sufengnian. He laughed loudly and asked, "Chow Chongqing is not willing to pick it up. Sufengnian, are you willing to pick it up?" For the first time, Sufengnian was a little uneasy. He smiled and asked, "Can you pick it up?" This chicken soup monk, who traveled thousands of miles with alms bowls, smiled like a senior monk. Instead, he looked a little shifty. "Take it first, and then we'll talk?" But when Sufengnian solemnly took the Buddha alms bowl, the old monk suddenly sat down cross-legged, facing the east and back to the west. The old monk put his palms together, as if he was free, as if he was seeing Buddha. He lowered his head and said softly, "Junior brother Dragon Tree, the law does not depend on external objects. The law does not depend on words. My lotus flower has fallen." On Little Lawlanda Mountain, there was no one pushing it. The huge prayer will rotate it on its own. The goddess on the wall of the wheel swayed, and the 6-syllable mantra was transmitted over and over again. It resounded throughout the western region and Baelyang. The Buddha said that if the prayer wheel was rotated on the top of the mountain, the surrounding area would be auspicious and perfect. If the monarch rotated the prayer wheel, the people would be able to eliminate karma and get rid of obstacles. The old monk closed his eyes and passed away peacefully. His last words were, "Good." In an instant, the scattered fate between heaven and earth gathered together like rainbows and lotuses blooming in the sky. They all poured into the alms bowl at the same time. Chapter 1452. The 6-syllable mantra on the prayer wheel at the top of the mountain was already spreading with great momentum, but it was a pity that ordinary people were unable to see the bigger phenomenon related to the flow of fate with their naked eyes. After the pedestrians near the restaurant were shocked by the sound of the little rotten Tuo Mountain, they even let out some ridiculing laughter after finding it absurd and comical. In their field of vision, an old monk sat on the roof, and a young man stood with a single hand holding an alms bowl. They stood and sat for a whole hour. More and more spectators from the outer city, who heard the news, gathered below the restaurant and rushed over. They pointed and whispered, and many mischievous children mustered up the courage to climb to the roof nearby. Soon, a group of elite cavalry from the inner city galloped over, escorting important figures. The cavalry carried swords, bows, and spears, and their mounts were purebred horses from the western regions that far surpassed wild horses in terms of charging power. The cavalry brutally rammed through the crowd, and many innocent spectators who were unable to dodge in time were killed on the spot by the war horses. It was not that there were no people from the outer city who relied on their martial arts to fight in anger after seeing their good friends killed. Even if there were cavalry at the front who knocked them off their horses, the cavalry at the back borrowed the huge inertia of the war horses' charge to ruthlessly stab their bodies with a spear. The iron-headed hardwood spear between the cavalry's hand and the corpse instantly drew a pleasing crescent moon curve, and the corpse was instantly sent flying 2 to 3 feet away. However, the hardwood used to make the shaft of the spear was ultimately not the kind of priceless first-rate wood that could not be bought on the market. Its hardness and toughness were still insufficient to withstand such a degree of impact, and thus it was destroyed. The cavalry seemed to have not had enough. Taking advantage of the situation, he abandoned the spear and switched to a saber. He slightly bent his waist, and instead of slashing downwards, he seemed to carelessly hold his saber horizontally. Just like that, he spurred his horse towards a man from the outer city who was running wildly. There was no need for him to use any strength. Just by relying on the momentum of the war horse, the tip of the saber easily drew a deep wound that was more than an inch long on the man's neck. From this detail, it could be seen that these Western region cavalry who were raised by the inner city's influential officials were all experienced soldiers who were very familiar with fighting on the battlefield. Cavalry battles on the battlefield were never a one-time deal. If they wanted to live to the end, they had to know how to use the least amount of strength to achieve the greatest results. The Western region didn't lack good horses, but craftsmen and ironware were scarce. Moreover, the hardwood used to make good spears was strictly restricted by the Bailiang Frontier Army and the Liang Imperial Court, so it was very difficult to obtain. This greatly limited the combat strength of the Western region cavalry, although they could take a step back and choose the second best option, except for the strong who were equipped with fine iron spears. Most of the rest were disposable spears. Even if they could be used as throwing spears, it was enough to deal with Jianghu people. Once they were faced with a genuine cavalry army, they would definitely be unable to handle it. As early as 20 years ago, there was a bloody lesson. At the end of the spring and autumn period, this city once had a cavalry army of more than 5,000 people. They were invincible in the Western region. At that time, a certain ambitious and ruthless overlord in the city had the intention of annexing the 3 towns of Linyao and relying on them as provisions. Then he would point his spear at the cool land and occupy the high ground of the world, coveting the central plains. Unexpectedly, the Su family, who at that time was a feudal vassal of Bailiang, only sent out 3,000 cavalry and almost completely annihilated the 5,000 Western region cavalry. Only a few hundred managed to escape, while the other side's casualties were less than 500. Those escapees still had lingering fears and nagged for many years. They all said that the cavalry army of the Su family was really F*King Iron Cavalry. Those 2,000 cavalry soldiers were actually equipped with armor for both men and horses. Not to mention the men, even the war horses had armor. Moreover, the cavalry army's iron spears were enough to support multiple charges. The so-called iron spears made of ashwood were really too soft in comparison. As a result, over the past 20 years, even after the large families in this city who had too much money and nowhere to spend it had obtained a cavalry army, they only dared to close their doors and make small fuss. They absolutely did not dare to find trouble with the Bailiang Frontier Army. After the Bailiang Frontier Army formed a custom for small groups of cavalry to enter the land of refugees to practice martial arts so that they could become white horse crossbowmen, there were people who led 800 elite cavalry to the present Liuzhou to fish in troubled waters. At the beginning, they relied on their advantage in numbers to surround and kill 30 to 40 Bailiang barbarians. However, very soon, they suffered a cruel and ruthless retaliation. At that time, the commander of the Lai Torch Cavalry, Hu Kuei, who had not yet become the Lingzhou provincial governor, and the deputy general of Huda City, Lu Jinu, each led 1,000 light cavalry and slaughtered their way into Liuzhou. After slaughtering the 800 cavalry of the western regions, they hung their heads one by one on the tip of their spears and rushed all the way to this city that was 1,000 li away from Liangzhou. The reason many people in the city did not know of this tragedy was because the person who went to Liuzhou on his own initiative to pick a fight had more than 40 clansmen and more than 900 retainers in the city were all wiped out by the other forces in the inner city in one night. He then took his head and went 30 li out of the city to ask for forgiveness from the Bailiang Frontier Army. They originally thought that this action was sincere enough and would be enough to settle the matter peacefully. Unexpectedly, Hu Kuei, who had single-handedly created the Bailiang White Horse Crossbowmen, when the two sides were in a standoff, especially when Lu Jinu had almost agreed to lead the army back to Bailiang, he brazenly launched an attack without any sense of morality. He slaughtered the 3,000 cavalry in the city that the family heads had only pulled out to bolster their courage. If it were not for Lu Jinu charging into the battle formation and intercepting Hu Kuei, who was in the middle of a massacre, perhaps the situation in the city would be completely different right now. Su Fengnian did not pay attention to the spectators on the streets. After carrying the body of the chicken soup monk, he carried the alms bowl with one hand and flew toward the center of the inner city. He then buried the old monk near the hut at the foot of the mountain and placed the Buddha bowl on the grave. Su Fengnian began to wait for the person who was about to arrive. Tuoba Bodhisattva, in the second year of Xiangfu, at the end of spring when the sun was gradually warming up and causing people to sleep and have heavy thoughts, the capital suddenly held two ceremonies that did not conform to the rules of etiquette. This caused the Ministry of Rites, the Directorate of Rites, the Prefect, the Minister of Rites, and the Divine Palace Supervisor, who was in charge of the affairs of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, to be in a panic. Everyone was extremely tired. Those who paid attention noticed that other than the heavy-faced head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, there was also an unfamiliar youth wearing the clothing of the Imperial Astronomer. His expression was even more gloomy. After the two heavy ceremonies, it was close to dusk. The emperor still did not let go of the group of exhausted central officials. He moved the small court meeting to the military council hall of the Ministry of War of the Six Ministries. The high officials of the two provinces under the Hall of Governmental Affairs and all of the purple-robed officials of the six ministries were not left out. When the emperor and the two elders, Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, entered the hall hand in hand, there was a giant sand table on the main table that covered the lower reaches of the Guangling River. Other than that, there were also dozens of exquisite molds of warships. The young emperor, who walked quickly, did not wait for everyone to bow. He waved his hand to indicate that they were excused and walked straight to the molds. The Minister of War, Lu Baijia, gave a look to Gao Tingshu, the manager of the Wushuan Department for Purging Officials. This second-ranked official, who had become famous after the Ministry of War's observation of politics, quickly moistened his throat. He took 2 steps forward and introduced the comparison of the strength of the 2 Guangling Navy to the emperor. Reporting to your majesty, at this time the Prince of Guangling's navy has 80,000 people. There are 3 types of large-sized warships, Huanglong, Fengyi, and Fuyao, totaling 35 ships. There are 7 types of medium-sized warships, including Mengwu, Maotu, and Xiandeng, totaling 140 ships. There are also 12 types of small-sized ships, Sima boats, and scouts, totaling about 400 ships. The West Chu Navy has 56,000 people and around 700 warships. However, there are only 18 large-sized warships and only 70 or so medium-sized warships like Mengwu and Maotu. There are even no less than 200 crudely modified fishing boats mixed in. Their military strength is not at an advantage. In addition, the 40,000 Qingzhou Navy is personally led by the King of Jing and has begun to move down the river. The Navy Vanguard has already successfully controlled the area where the Guangling River and Bailu Lake intersect. Very soon, they will be able to surround the West Chu Navy. Chapter 1453. Emperor Zhao Zhuan did not make a sound. He was not a son of heaven who would slack off in governance. He was very familiar with the Guangling Dao War. Right now, there was only one thing that made it difficult for him to choose. Should he let the 2 navies at the front and back delay the opportunity and first help the 10,000 tigers and wolves of the southern border cross the Guangling River? Or should he take advantage of the West Chu Navy taking the initiative to fight a decisive battle with the Guangling Navy and have the Qingzhou Navy quickly enter the empty area at the western end of Bailu Lake so that they could fight a more secure pincer battle on the eastern side of Bailu Lake and not fall into a situation where the West Chu Navy would attack them one by one? Of course, as long as the Nanjiang soldiers successfully crossed the Guangling River, Song Li, who had just entered the capital not long ago, had destroyed most of the West Chu soldiers. Then, on the land of West Chu, the 100,000 elite Nanjiang soldiers would be unstoppable. They even had the hope of surrounding the capital of West Chu. However, from the start, the Guangling Rebellion was not a battle purely for victory. Once the 100,000 soldiers of Nanjiang surrounded the capital of West Chu without losing a single soldier, then the victory on Bailu Lake would become an unnecessary battle. If Nanjiang only destroyed the country before the court, that was fine. The worst result was that it was far beyond what the court could bear. If the Guangling Navy and the Qingzhou Navy lost to the West Chu Navy personally led by Cao Chongqing, if Zhao Bing, who was a border king like Su Shao in the past, had ill intentions and disobeyed the situation, then could the Southern Expedition commander Lu Xingxiang, who only had tens of thousands of men and horses, stop the wolves of Nanjiang that had been in battle for a long time? What was even more terrifying was that the southern border and West Chu were colluding and heading north together. In that case, Li Yong could only have Gu Jiantang divide his troops between the two Liao border armies and head south to protect Graydon City. The northern Mang had never fought smoothly on the two fronts of northern Liang and Yuliang to begin with, and there were also close to 200,000 soldiers stationed outside the two Liao lines of defense. Could it be that he, Zhao Zhuan, really had to stand on top of Graydon City and see the northern Mang barbarians and the barbarians of the southern border at the same time? However, all these deductions were built on the premise of the worst-case scenario. Therefore, Zhao Zhuan felt some regret in the depths of his heart. Back then, he had listened to the opinions of the head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong and the Minister of War Liu Baijia and refused to send troops to Western Shu. Was it wrong? After all, there were only 10,000 Shu soldiers. Even if Chen Zhibao personally led them, how much merit could they take away on the Guangling Road? Could 10,000 people besiege West Chu's capital, although it was the young emperor's original intention to not have the king of Shu come out of Shu when the battle situation became muddy? It was hard to avoid some well-hidden anger. Zhao Zhuan, an emperor who had everything going smoothly, lacked experience in making decisions. After all, he was not as good as the previous emperor and could not be compared to his grandfather, who had spent most of his life fighting on horseback. At this time, Zhao Zhuan found the Tangxi sword immortal Liu Baijia, who he could not order around as he pleased, more and more of an eyesore. If not for the fact that the two assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, Su Gong and Tang Tai's Huang, were new faces in Graydon City, Song Li's experience was too shallow, and those old generals with merit had either died in battle or died of old age. The emperor would have had Liu Baijia leave the Ministry of War a long time ago. Yuan Guo was immediately preparing to head to the vassal state to be the new Jiedu deputy of the court. Liu Baijia should have been in the ranks, but Qi Yanglong and Tantanan, the two main officials, both expressed their intentions that this matter was inappropriate, which was why it was delayed. Ever since he ascended the throne, Zhao Zhuan had his own calculations. In his view, the previous emperor should not have followed Yuan Bunshi and Zhang Julu's wishes and released Qin Jibao like a tiger back to the mountain. He should have firmly nailed him to the position of Minister of War. At the very most, he would have given him a military achievement in the Guangling battle, taking a step back, the same tens of thousands of soldiers. The court did not believe that Qin Jibao could contend against the Nanjiang army. Perhaps no one doubted that as long as Qin Jibao remained in the capital as the Minister of War, the Nanjiang army would not have any thoughts of rebellion. It was not that Zhao Zhuan did not understand the previous emperor's original intentions in placing Qin Jibao in Western Shu. However, Zhao Zhuan was not someone who blindly admired and trusted this adopted son of Su Shao. He had a deep suspicion of this white-clothed military saint. Furthermore, as the new monarch, Zhao Zhuan had to admit that the previous emperor and Qin Jibao had a relationship. Everyone knew that the previous emperor did not have a good impression of all of Beiliang, but he favored Qin Jibao greatly. Back then, he had almost bestowed the title of king of a different surname on that young man before he was even a year old. Later on, he even had him replace Gu Jiantang as the Minister of War. In the end, He was 10 years late and still let Qin Jibao become the king of Shu. After Su Zhao's death, he became the only remaining king of a different surname. Zhao Zhuan, on the other hand, did not have such a relationship between monarch and subject. The only people who had such a relationship with him were people like Chen Wang, Tang Taizuang, and Song Li, who were still a little below the level of top civil and military officials. The emperor was silent for a long time, so the entire hall could only be silent. Gao Tingshu spoke a few thousand words until his mouth was dry, and his tongue was dry. He had truly emptied his stomach of the strategic plans he had prepared long ago. He no longer dared to boast and digress in front of the central officials. After carefully glancing at Liu Baijie, who was the backbone of the Ministry of War, he received a look of affirmation. Gao Tingshu thus shut his mouth and did not add to the painting of a snake with feet. The emperor finally broke the silence and said a few words of encouragement and praise to this new official of the Ministry of War, who had many stories in the capital. It could be said that this was in the emperor's heart. All of the important officials in the hall smiled as they looked at this handsome young man with the nickname of Tian Jade Tree. Only the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, had a hidden and complicated gaze. The emperor then left the Zhejian and went to the new location of the Hanlin Academy, which was neighbors to the two yamens of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Today, there was a tea party in the Hanlin Academy. As expected, the emperor saw Chun Wang, Sun Yin, Yen Qiji, Fan Zhongho, Li Jifu, and Song Kelly. Of course, there were more than these 6 people in the courtyard. There were dozens of young and old men in the Hanlin Academy, but no matter how they gathered together, they still could not be seen by the emperor at a glance. At this time, the arrogant scholar's son Yin was discussing a game with Fan Shirduan, Fan Zhongho, Chun Wang, and the top scholar, Li Jifu, stood side by side on one side, whispering to each other. The current dynasty's uncle-in-law, Yen Qiji, and the young phoenix of the Song family, Song Kelly, who had made a comeback, stood together on the other side. The emperor walked over to take a look. In the end, he saw that there were a few rare books placed near the chest jars in Sun Yin and Fan Zhongho's hands. Sun Yin's hands were slightly higher, with 4 books, while Fan Zhongho's hands only had 2 books. It seemed that they were betting on chess. After seeing the emperor's arrival, not to mention the other men in the courtyard who were in fear and trepidation, these 6 people's expressions were more or less the same. There were some small differences. Sun Yin didn't move at all. He only focused on the chess game. Fan Zhongho also didn't get up. This new young man, who had originally raised his arm and was pondering, slowly put down the chess piece between his fingers to show his respect. Yen Qiji and Song Kelly both made way, especially Yen Qiji, who had the most right to be indifferent. His expression was the most serious and respectful. His expression seemed to be even more forceful than Song Kelly's. Chun Wang walked forward in small steps. After taking 2 steps, he found that Li Jifu didn't move. He quietly reached out and tugged on the top scholar's sleeve. Li Jifu gave him a grateful glance. The 2 of them came to the front of the emperor. Chun Wang smiled and explained to the emperor it was agreed a few days ago that Yue Tian would let Sun Yin play 2 pieces. Including them, a total of 6 people would use 3 months' salary to buy books from Gufang, Zhangho to bet. Speaking of this, Chun Wang's smile grew wider. This idea was proposed by Sun Yin. It's obvious that he wants to cheat me. Who doesn't know that my salary is the most out of the 6 of them? Then Chun Wang moved slightly to make Li Jifu more eye-catching in front of the emperor. He joked, Li Jifu has always sent his salary back to his hometown. At most, he would have some loose change left. Thus, this time, he bought the books on credit with me. When he placed the bet, he was the most unhappy. He was worried for a long time, afraid that after the end of the year with great difficulty, he would owe someone a butt of debt again. Your Majesty, this humble subject has a presumptuous request. If Li Jifu and I lose, can your Majesty help us make up for it? Your Majesty's family is so big that this humble subject and Li Jifu can't compare to it. Chapter 1454. The Emperor smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that? But then again, I have a large family business, but is your father-in-law Qin Xiaobao's family business small? Over the past 6 months, Prince Chai has been making a lot of money every day, making me want to take advantage of him. So I'll help Li Jifu pay off his debt." "Sure, I'll help you, but don't even think about it." Li Jifu was sandwiched between the monarch and his official. In that instant, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. He envied the emperor's unique trust in Qin Xiaobao. Otherwise, he would not have bluntly exposed Prince Chai's wantonly amassing of wealth. However, Li Jifu's heart was filled with gratitude for Qin Wang's secret support. After the emperor asked about the bet, he took off a jade pendant from his waist and pulled out the rare Gu Feng, Zhai book that Li Jifu had bet on next to Sun Yin's hand. He handed it back to the Zhuang Yuan. After Li Jifu took the book, his eyes reddened for no reason. Holding the book with both hands, he quickly lowered his head, his eyes moist. The emperor patted this young subject, who had the best ranking in the imperial examination, but whose reputation was at the bottom, and comforted him. "You haven't lost yet, have you?" But in the end, Chun Wang, Li Jifu, Yan Qiji, and Song Kelly were the losers. Sun Yin, who had lost, and Fan Zhongho, who had won, not only took back their own books, they also divided up the 3 books from the 4 people before them and the priceless jade pendant. Sun Yin took 2 rare books first, and Fan Zhongho could only take 1 book and the jade pendant. Seeing this scene, the emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's fine if Yue Tian bet on himself winning, but Sun Yin, so you bet on yourself losing? Sun Yin smiled faintly. Playing chess and betting are 2 different things. The emperor looked at the number 1 chess master of the dynasty, Fan Zhongho, and said helplessly, "The dignified Fan Sherdan is willing to negotiate with this scoundrel." Fan Zhongho stood up and smiled. "Your Majesty, the 2 sides are actually equal in strength, and the outcome will depend on the will of the heavens." The emperor joked, "Everyone says that when you, Fan Yue Tian, play chess, you seem to have the help of a celestial being behind you. So, in the future, when you play chess with Sun Yin, you must bring me along. I will bet on one of the books in the 6 libraries." Dusk gradually approached. Under the emperor's personal instructions, the eunuchs brought in many jars of fine wine from the palace. However, the emperor called for Chun Wang, Sun Yin, and his brother-in-law, Yan Qiji. The 4 of them walked out of the noisy courtyard together. The emperor turned his head to Sun Yin, who had lost the game but won the prize, and casually asked, "I only heard that there was a note. Why did you let me start?" Sun Yin replied, "No matter how many posts I post, I can't beat Fan Zhongho. If the disparity is too great, there's no point in betting." The emperor nodded and said, "Alcohol tolerance, chess ability, poetry, and taste are 3 things. After reaching a certain level, to take another step forward is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It can be said that it was determined in one's previous life and is not something that can be increased or decreased by human strength." Chun Wang said in a soft voice, "This is just like the Guangling Road War. If the West Chu evildoers did not place 2 or 3 pieces on the chessboard first, no one would have personally gone up or placed a bet." The emperor sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "The reason I pulled you 2 along is because you, Chun Wang, have always been optimistic about the Guangling War, while Sun Yin is the complete opposite. Today, I want to hear your inner thoughts. You 2 speak. No matter how shocking your words are, I will calm my heart and think carefully. The quarrels in the imperial court are inevitably mixed in with all kinds of related interests, but you two are not the same. Sun In glanced at Chen Wang. The latter gently extended his hand, indicating for Sun In to speak first. Sun In did not hold back. With a kind of boldness, he said, "Your Majesty is worried that after the Nanjiang army crosses the river and encircles West Chu's capital, it will become too big to be shaken. Even if it doesn't rebel, it will be enough to raise the price and demand an exorbitant price from the imperial court to the point of becoming a second Beiliang frontier army, right? Furthermore, the same structure, different situation. Back in Beiliang, Su Shao, for whatever reason, did not divide the river to rule. However, the Prince of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, has painstakingly operated in Nanjiang for more than a decade. Whether or not he will make a different choice, who knows? Your Majesty doesn't want to give the initiative to others and give it to the illusory human heart and the will of heaven, right?" The emperor hesitated, then nodded. "Yes." Sun In smiled. "There are 3 ways to break the situation. First, Your Majesty needs to publicly disapprove of the Ministry of War's muddle-headedness and be furious. You need to have the current Minister of War, Liu Baijie, resign and leave the capital to serve as the Jidushi of Nanjiang or Guangling. In short, you need to be able to see the deputy commander of the Nanjiang army, Wu Zhongshuan. You need to move him emotionally, reason with him, and promise him benefits. As for the 2 things, Sun In doesn't need to say much. Presumably, with Tangshi's sword immortal's grace and cultivation, she is more than qualified. However, the word benefits will require Your Majesty to cut your flesh. The pain is not something a jade pendant on your waist can compare to." The emperor frowned. "Is a Jidushi enough?" Sun In boldly sneered. The emperor said softly, "Promise that Wu Zhongshuan will enter the capital and become the Minister of War in the future?" Sun In laughed coldly. The emperor asked, "Is my Liang going to have another prince with a different surname?" Sun In asked back, "Why not? How can the future prince with a different surname be mentioned in the same breath as the Prince of Liang and Prince of Shu? How can the imperial court not be able to handle him? Wu Zhongshuan is already 60 years old. His 3 sons are mediocre and unaccomplished. How many years can he, Wu Zhongshuan, be the vassal prince?" The emperor nodded, but did not say anything. Sun In continued, "Secondly, after Liu Baijie stepped down as the Minister of War, allow the Prince of Shu to take 10,000 elite troops out of the country. Moreover, issue an imperial decree to take the title of Minister of War and rush to Guangling Road to quell the rebellion. It is possible to allow Chen Jibao to give half of the Qingzhou Navy under the command of the King of Jing and Zhao Sun to him. Chen Jibao cannot wield great power, but at the same time, he cannot not wield it. If his military power is too heavy, it will be difficult to suppress his ambition. If he does not wield the least bit of military power, he will be resentful and have the intention to rebel. The number of troops given to Chen Jibao is 30 to 40,000, but it cannot exceed 50,000. Just because the imperial court does not allow him to leave Shu, does he really think that Chen Jibao can only train 10,000 troops? It is better to let the water out than to block it. The late emperor and Liang have already done a good deed by allowing him to go to western Shu. Beimang's million-strong army is pressuring Beiliang's western front. Thus, it is time to move Chen Jibao back under the nose of the capital." This time, the emperor grunted in agreement. Sun In took a deep breath. "Lastly, it is to let Beiliang go all out and fight Beimang to the death. Not only must the imperial court release Guangling's water transport, but they must also stop the changing of titles. Moreover, they must have Gu Jiantang and Jizhou on the Eastern Front send troops to suppress Beimang's front lines and drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. In this way, no matter how bad the Guangling Road War is, it will only be a small matter of winning or losing. In the end, Liang will be able to clean up the mess. At that time, Beimang will at most have half of its national strength left, and West Chu will be even more dilapidated and spent. Chao Chongqing will only be asking for death. The young emperor muttered to himself and looked at Chen Wang. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "I have nothing to say." Sun Yin waited for the emperor to continue, but he did not get the answer he wanted. He chuckled and said, "I'm going back to drink. If I pass out in the Hanlin Academy, I'll have to trouble Qin Xiaobao to drag me back." The emperor looked at the back of this arrogant scholar and said softly, "Chen Wang, Qiji, I'll take you to a place to meet someone." This time, the emperor did not even have any guards accompanying him. Only Song Tonglu, the head of the ceremony directorate, carefully led the way. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a secluded courtyard at the edge of the palace. After pushing open the courtyard door, Chun Wang and Yen Qiji saw an unfamiliar man and woman sitting on two rattan chairs. The man seemed to be blind, and the woman was reading a book to him. Even though Chun Wang and Yen Qiji were close to the emperor, they were still left at the courtyard door with Song Tonglu. The emperor walked in alone and had a short conversation with the blind young man. When the emperor got up and walked back to the courtyard door, he was not as serious as before. His face was more relaxed and relaxed. Chun Wang smiled and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have one more schemer." The emperor laughed heartily and said, "Qin Xiaobao is not any worse than him. They're just two different people. Sun Yin is not a worldly person, but he practices the wild fox Zen. The scholar surnamed Lu in the courtyard is a true worldly person, a wild fox spirit. But to truly rule the country and pacify the world, it still depends on you, Chun Wang." In the courtyard, the blind Lu Su was lying on a rattan chair. The female warrior of Jing and Palace, whose real name was Lu Lingbao, knelt in front of the emperor for not long. When she got up, her face was full of confusion. Lu Su asked softly, "Are you wondering why I want to kill Beiliang?" The woman who had followed Mr. Lu all the way smiled and said, "You must have your reasons." Lu Su opened his eyes, as if he wanted to see with his own eyes this world where no one was free.